to see so many faces and have so much part of the community, which I really, really love and really appreciate the efforts that have gone in on getting the dais done. And I can hardly wait to get the rest of the remodeling done. So it's wonderful to be here with you this morning. So thank you all for joining. And it's a hybrid session. So for those out there in the internet land, thank you for also being part of our board meeting here this morning. Really appreciate it. And as always, today is Tuesday, August 22nd. This is a regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors. And the good news is that we always started out with the call to order. And so my name is Patrice Horseman. I am the supervisor for District 1, and I'm currently the chair of the governing board. District 2.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jeronimo Vasquez. I'm supervisor for District 2 and current vice chair.
And District 3.
Good morning, everybody. Oops, there's that feedback, right? Matt Ryan, District 3. Happy to be here and good to see everybody.
And District
Look at these faces.
That's nice, huh? District 4.
Good morning, everyone. Judy B. Gay, District 4 Supervisor. Glad you are all here. We're going to have a very productive meeting today. Thank you.
And District 5 is Lena with us virtually.
Morning, this is Lena. Thanks so much.
All right, very good. Well, we have a quorum and we have all 5 board members. So let's proceed with the agenda. The next is for us to honor our nation through the Pledge of Allegiance. Those who can, please stand. Let's say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And next, and first up, is an action item. Members of the board, it has been my great honor to serve as your chair for the last 18 months, and I am looking forward for passing the gavel and passing leadership to the board. And I am so happy that our first item of business is consideration and possible action to appoint a chair and vice chair from among the members of the Board of Supervisors. Members of the board, here's how I propose that we continue. I will entertain a motion for nominees for chair. I will ask for a second. I will then ask if there are additional nominations, and if so, a second. Then I will entertain a motion for nominations to be closed in a second. We'll take a vote on that, at which point we'll then vote on the nominees for chair. I'll go ahead and I propose the very same for the vice chair and proceeding as the vice chair. I think that's consistent with our past practice. And any questions from members of the board? Then we will go ahead and proceed. Our first order of business is consideration and possible action to appoint a chair. And I am going to utilize my prerogative as chair, much like the former chair did. And I am hereby nominating Jeronimo Vasquez for chair of the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a second?
Second that motion, Madam Chair.
We have a second from Supervisor Ryan. I'm going to open it again for nominations. Members of the board, do I have any other nominations for chair? Seeing none, I would ask for a motion for nominations to be closed. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
And we have a motion and second. All those in favor of nominations to be closed, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It appears we have one candidate for the Board of Supervisors for chair. I would at this time entertain a motion to elect Jeronimo Vasquez as chair of the Board of Supervisors.
I'll make that motion, Madam Chair.
And he made it and made it and made that motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and second for the election of Jeronimo Vasquez as chair of the Board of Supervisors. All those, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And Lena, I am so sorry because I can't see you. So, and I know you're on virtually. I'm assuming you have voted aye as well.
Aye.
Very good. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. It's unanimous and congratulations.
Hey, Claire.
And I know that we were going to have some photos here just before lunch, but it's time to pass the gavel.
All right, all the fun's
Mr.
over, let's
Chair.
go home.
Mr. Chair, if we could, I'd like to follow up and just thank Patrice. She stepped in, we were going through a lot of emergencies, a lot of federal funding, and stepped in and just really did a great job. Advocacy at the legislative level was fantastic. I want to thank you for all your work over that time. So truly appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I would also like to thank you, Patrice, for your mentorship during this time as your vice chair. I really appreciate all your help and guidance and look forward to leading the charge and using all the information and experience that you have partaked with me and Matt before on how to run the board. So thank you.
I also want to thank Patrice for stepping up and really doing the job to ensure to address all emergencies, especially the emergencies, along with Lucinda and her staff and other board members approving this and that. So it's really appreciated, and your leadership was a great honor, and it reflects off the board. And, so I'm just thankful that, you've taken us this far, and certainly Harama will, also be the one in there to assist the same way. So thank you so much.
And needless to say, it's my great honor to have served Coconino County and continuing to serve Coconino County. We have a great team here. And I am really looking forward to Geronimo Vasquez's leadership moving the Board of Supervisors forward. So it's wonderful to be here with such great colleagues, and we're in good leadership hands. So thank you.
Thank you, Patrice. Appreciate that. So next item of business is we need to select a vice chair. So can I have nominations for vice chair, please?
Mr. Chair, I nominate Judy Begay to be the vice chair of the Board of Supervisors.
Can I get a second?
Mr. Chair, I'll second the motion.
Are there any other nominees?
I would move the nominations be closed.
I'll second that motion.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
At this time, I would make a motion to elect Judy Begay as chair of the Board of Supervisors.
I'll second the motion. Oh, you got it, Haram.
And that motion is actually for vice chair. not chair at this moment.
Let me correct that. For vice chair of the Board of Supervisors.
And I'll correct my second, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All those in favor in closing nominations, please signify by
It's to elect for chair.
vice
So,
chair.
Vice chair. I'm not doing it. I'm doing it now. To elect for vice chair.
All those in favor in closing nominations, for vice chair, please signify by saying
And Lindsay, didn't we already close for vice chair? I think we are, did we not vote? Okay. Aye.
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 Now that we've had all five members vote for the nomination, can we please vote for vice chair?
I would make a motion for Judy Begay for vice chair of the Board of Supervisors.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 I just want to thank my colleagues, having so much faith in me, to take on this responsibility. I think it's an honor to do so, and I will do my best. I've had served on several boards, and so basically, this is something that I've done before, and I will do anything that I can do to to help the chair and my other colleagues here and plus the administration. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Vice Chair. All right, well, next up, we have call to the public. So these are items presented during the call of public cannot be acted upon by the Board of Supervisors. Individual supervisors may ask questions of the public, but are prohibited by the open meeting law from discussing or considering the item. Individuals are limited to 3 minutes each. We will be taking public comments from those present in the room first, then take public comments from those who have joined virtually. Clerk Daly, please explain how the public can provide comment.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. If you are here in person, there are comment forms up at the front of the entrance there. You just fill it out and hand it to me. We do have somebody that has filled out a comment form. If you've joined virtually and you would like to make a comment, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand to notify us that you would like to make a comment from the virtual side of the meeting. So I do have a comment request from Lauren Weinecke.
For 20 years. Sustainability, resilience, and emergency preparation are some of my primary concerns for the county. I'm here to talk about something that the county can do right now to reduce risk in a number of ways and build resilience, and that is to move aggressively to purchase and use electrical vehicles. EV range capacity has really increased recently. Charging stations are being built along Highway 89 and our interstates. So even in our huge county, it's now viable to consider EVs. I'd like to make 5 quick points about why now is the time for the county to electrify its fleet. 1, studies show that in most places, including Arizona, it's less expensive to operate EVs than gas-powered cars and trucks. And electrical power is less subject to big price swings than gas. So that's a reduction of financial risk. 2, data show that reliability is higher and maintenance costs lower for EVs because they've got fewer mechanical components. 3, reviews by motor enthusiasts are describing EVs as faster and more powerful than their gas-powered equivalents. So they're suitable for nearly all functions. Number 4, very interesting, some small, rural, and remote communities in California and New Mexico, and even the Northeast, are building small, self-contained power grids or microgrids with renewable energy sources. And they're using the battery storage of electric vehicles as part of the energy storage to deal with emergency interruptions of power. So that could be very relevant to us. Finally, through the Inflation Reduction Act and other federal sources, there are several grant programs through which the county could qualify for assistance in purchasing and operating EVs. Of course, those 5 points don't even touch on the huge benefit of EVs in reducing the health impacts of air pollution or the climate impacts of greenhouse gas emissions from gas-powered vehicles. Many residents here in the county are concerned about those impacts. For example, the Northern Arizona Climate Change Alliance folks have collected around 2,000 signatures on a petition asking our local agencies to move quickly on EVs for those reasons. For all these reasons, I'm encouraging you to work with staff to explore how quickly the county might move to start realizing these benefits of the use of EVs in its operations. Thanks for your consideration and thank you all for your service.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other public comments?
Again, if there's anyone that has joined us virtually, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak.
Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Just quickly. Yeah, to help you understand now we've gotten the focus discussions. Part of it's related to the remoteness of that, but we can look forward to Bruce the our public works people that we'll be talking as we try and make it work.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan.
At this time, Chair Vasquez, there are no hands raised virtually, and I do have a comment card from County Manager Peru who would like to do a comment.
County Manager Peru.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you. At this time, I want to recognize the efforts of the Facilities Management Department in getting us to where we're at today. We've been remote for, since beginning of COVID. And so coming back as a public body in person is an important step in our reentry process. Now, what we've done in the room as a first phase, and Supervisor Horstman mentioned, looking forward to other phases of this, is to look at how we can enhance the use of this room. It's limited in terms of its design, although what we've done, and I want to credit the Facilities Management Department, Tom Hanachek, Tim Schultz, and the team who came in and have done a lot of, we've remodeled the dais so that all of you are up front. In the past, if you'll recall, we had the 5 members, we had the manager and the county attorney all up on that dais. And so creating additional workspace and spacing out was important. But also with regard to the work here, and although we're still working out some of the bugs with regard to audio visual and all the technology. And so cabling and all the work that's been done so that we can continue to be keeping up with technology. But I think more importantly is the fact that now we are hybrid. So it provides the opportunity for the board to be here today in person to conduct the people's business, but it also provides the opportunity for the public, regardless of where you're at in the county or in the world for that matter, to connect to the proceedings of the board. And that is an important part, given the fact that our county is so large, and sometimes and oftentimes we have the business of the county in remote areas that's being done here in Flagstaff. So it's not very friendly, if you will, from the standpoint of being able to be connected to the governing body here. So the hybrid approach will provide the opportunity for that connectedness, as I've indicated. With regard to proceedings today, as part of all agendas, we have a pretty sizable number of items that are routine in nature, contracts, et cetera. You will not always see, in fact, chances are you will not see those departments here in person. Those departments will be joining remote. And that is the best use of their time to be able to be at their places doing the work of their jobs and their elected official duties and not have to travel down. It's not to say that folks cannot be here, but to make the best use of everyone's time, those departments that you see listed on the consent agenda, those individuals will be joining remote. So again, I want to just, as I said, welcome everyone here today that you always have, as you've always already welcomed, particularly credit to facilities management and all the folks that have chipped in. A lot of weekend work went into this place, and you can see the wood in front of you that's used for some of the finishing touches came from from locations here within the county. So again, a credit to facilities management. Also want to recognize and introduce our new facilities assistant director, Tara Clifton, who's here today too. But again, on behalf of the department and the staff, it is our honor to be able to provide this resource back to you as governing members.
Thank you, County Manager Peru. Are there any other comments? Clerk Daly, are there any other comments virtually?
There are no hands raised, Chair Vasquez.
Okay, I'll count off. Going once, going twice. Okay, I guess we have no more public comment at this time. So we'll move on to some recognitions. And so The first recognition is of Gregory Nelson as Government Relations Director, and Human Resources will be sharing with us that recognition.
I could go to.
Okay, Manager Prue.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I want to recognize the appointment, my appointment of Gregory Nelson to the role of Government Relations Director. Gregory has been in that seat in an interim role for several months now. And with Gregory's work, also introducing in an official role Keith Burkus in the role of Government Affairs Manager. These two individuals, who we affectionately refer to as Thunder and Lightning, depends on the day who's thunder and who's lightning, but these two individuals and others have really just rocked it. Legislatively, their work in supporting you all in your work in interfacing with congressional offices, other jurisdictions, other counties, you name it, these individuals have really done amazing work. They're here to serve, and these individuals, and you have experienced that, you give them a topic to research and they will research it. They will provide background information. They will draft talking points for each of you to utilize. And it really has put us on the map in several issue areas where we are the lead agency for the organization. And it's basically because of your leadership and their support, we have this today. So I just want to recognize Gregory as our official Government Affairs Director, and Keith is part of the team of Thunder and Lightning. So to you and Gregory. So
Just want to say congratulations, Gregory. I've had the opportunity to work with both of you and be staffed by both of you while we're doing different legislative and lobbying efforts. And I appreciate your professionalism and all that both of you put into the job to make sure that we're properly staffed in those different events. So thank you and congratulations.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Horstman.
Thank you. And yeah, I want to also say, Gregory and Keith, you guys are rocking it. And Gregory, congratulations. Well deserved. You put in so much time and so much heart for this county. And I want you to know how much you're appreciated, both of you, very much. And you do, you keep us up to date and make us look good. So thank you so much for all your hard efforts.
Supervisor Begay.
I have a question for Steve. Which one is thunder and which is lightning? I'm just kidding. Well, I just.
As long as no one's hail. So.
I just want to say, I really appreciate the both of you. You really make us shine, even at the any legislative issues, you guys are aware of it and you're representing everyone, even the indigenous people. Both of you have worked and lived, some part of the reservation and knowledgeable about cultural, traditional doings and things like that. So I greatly appreciate that. And I appreciate all your work that you do for the county. And I'm glad that this is being finalized and put before the board and shared with the community. So thank you so much for all the hard work that you do, and thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Supervisor Ryan.
Mr. Chair, if you could give Lena a chance.
Oh.
I'd like to end this word conversation.
Of course.
Thank you.
Totally understand. Supervisor Fowler, would you like to make some comments? Supervisor Fowler, would you like to make some comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Board. I am just really thankful for our staff. Gregory, thanks so much, and Keith, work with you closely on various issues and legislations. Just really amazing the team that you two have become, and just really appreciate your work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Supervisor Ryan.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And reason I want to go last is, well, Gregory was my executive assistant, but I've watched Greg grow up through the county. And Greg, last year, when you stepped into interim, you still needed to, continue to grow. You did. You absolutely did wonderful. and then bringing Keith on. You guys are just such a team. It's been fantastic. So I think you did a sensational job. I know you're going to do more. It's really interesting, the two personalities. Greg might worry about one thing or another, working together with Greg. And Keith comes with this laid back, relaxed style that they complement each other in such a neat way that it's fantastic. That you did your doctorate work out on the Navajo Nation is also an attribute, that really compliments you for your background. So well deserved. You're going to take us to higher, to greater heights, I guess I should say. So congratulations, well deserved. And Keith, welcome. Love having you here. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Well, now, Gregory, would you like to say some words?
Yes, thank you, Chair Vasquez and Vice Chair Begay and board members. I just really appreciate the confidence that's being shown in me to do this job and working with you on a day-to-day basis to bring this county's advocacy levels to new heights, or as Brian would say, taking public service to new heights. And so just really appreciate that. It's been an honor working here at Coconino County for almost the last 6 years, working on many different initiatives and legislative items. We've seen over the past few weeks some historic work that's been completed. That was the work of many board members across many boards, specifically with the designation of the National Monument. And so just want to thank you for the confidence and also recognize that in addition to Keith, we have Sophia Stokes, who's working as our intern. She's a doctoral student at NAU and provides tremendous support for our operations. And just want to thank Keith as well for his support and being able to bounce ideas off of him and having a team. It's been really great. And just really thank you all for your tremendous showing confidence in us to do the work on your behalf. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Gregory.
Is for Corey Ringenberg. Corey has been with the county for many years. He started in actually in Parks and Recreation. Come on, Parks and Recreation, and then transitioned to the Sheriff's Department. From there, went to Court Security, was head of Court Security. And a few months ago, I asked Corey to come and assume the role of assistant to the county manager, and the role he's held and has, worked on several big projects. He co-piloted, if you would, the jail district tax extension that took place in 2022. He also took our CJCC, Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, to new heights, and so we've hired a director for that effort. He just recently implemented with collaboration with IT and a number of departments and elected officials, what you'll see in terms of constituent management, so called C-Click Fix. I'll just leave it at that because it's really cool. Another cool platform. And so Corey has a great future here at the county, but he has big shoes to fill. Prior directors of special initiatives, Lucinda Andriani, back here. She was the first, and then from there, Kim Musselman. And these individuals assumed large roles here at the county when we had interim assignments. We had big projects that we had to land. So Lucinda, Kim, have created a legacy of stretch goals and projects that are delivered. And that's going to be already seen. We've already seen that from Corey. And so having Corey with us to assume those big projects, he's worked on others. He worked also on the income tax program this year with Supervisor Fowler. He also leads in support of the call center. So luckily, we've not had to use the call center much this summer, and which we're grateful for. I think our residents are very grateful. Credit to flood control and public works and emergency services and the sheriff's office and others that we've not had to utilize that resource. But when it is in place, Corey leads that effort as well. So again, it's one of those things as individuals that are growing into organizations, you make yourself indispensable. You are there when you're needed, and you do not hesitate to jump in, and that really exemplifies Corey's talents and attributes. And so it's my pleasure to introduce to you in his new role, Corey Ringenberg as Director of Special Initiatives here at the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Peru. Supervisor Horstman.
Yeah, and I just want to acknowledge Corey's great work for the county and, he's always been, a team player. And, really that's what it's all about. And as the county manager said, you're jumping in when you need to. And I sit on the CJCC board and I've always appreciated the leadership you showed there when quite frankly, it needed it. And again, you stepped in and provided the direction that was necessary. So really appreciate it. Congratulations on your new role, although it doesn't seem all that new. I think it's just probably more of a recognition of what you've been doing here for the county. So congratulations. Look forward to working with you on further special initiatives and special projects here in Coconino County. So congratulations, Corey.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Supervisor Begay. Vice Chair, excuse me.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Corey, for allowing us to have you here and to really help us with all the initiatives that come about. You're always willing to help any department, no matter what, or you would always go out and find out, for them and try to assist them or direct them in certain ways. So just would greatly appreciate that. And I'm looking forward to working with you, and congrats.
Thank you, Vice Chair Begay. Supervisor Fowler, would you like to say some comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Corey, so great. I'm really happy with your promotion and continue to work with you. We have several projects that are on the move and really want to thank you for always being there and being able to work on all these different projects that we work on behalf of the county. So really appreciate you. And same with Greg and Keith. It's just the staff are just amazing. So thank you so much. Thank you, our county manager, for hiring such great people that we can work with that are so knowledgeable. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, Corey, great job. Actually, following similar comments, I know where we've been in our the judicial side, the law enforcement side. You've really worked together with the various leadership in those areas. I can see it. You're a quiet leader as you work behind the scenes with people, but and then special initiatives. You've taken on a few. You'll have more coming your way. It's not much of a change, as Patrice said, but yes, it is too. So congratulations, and look forward to continuing to help us out. Thank you, Corey.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Corey, I just want to say congratulations. Back in February, we had the opportunity to travel together and got to know you a little bit better. And the thing that stuck out to me was I was just really impressed on how well you knew the function of the county government, how it operates, all the different moving parts. And I think you are the right person for this job. And so I really appreciate the fact that Manager Peru has brought you on board and given you this official title. And I'm just really proud of you and congratulate you for the work you've done and look forward to the work you will do. Thank you. Would you like to say some words?
I'll keep it very short, just like me. No, I want to say thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board. It's a true honor to not only serve the county manager's office, the board of supervisors, but the entire county. We work for one of the greatest public service entities in the state. And I truly feel honored to work with every one of these folks every day. And I think you brought up a good point. We're here to work together. And County Manager Peru, Deputy County Managers have given me an opportunity to work more. And under their leadership and guidance, they've really helped to allow me the opportunity to work with almost any department within the county and work on some of these special initiatives that sometimes don't fall into one department, but cross across all these different disciplines. So thank you so much for the opportunity, and I won't let you down. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Congratulations to all three of the folks that we've just recognized. And now we'll be moving on to a proclamation. We have the consideration and possible action to approve the proclamation designating September 11th, 2023 as Patriot Day and celebrating the fourth annual Matthew J. Brougham Memorial Williams Stand Down and Patriot Day Parade. Supervisor Ryan, would you please read it, the proclamation?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, in double checking, looks like Lindsay's here. Val, is John Davidson out there online? And the reason I'm asking is John is really the leader of this effort. He's just been, the backbone of veterans activities, support services out in the community. Often John will read this, the proclamation. And so I wanted to provide him that opportunity. I will see him in Williams. We will see him in Flagstaff for the Flagstaff stand down also. So in reading the proclamation, Coconino County Proclamation celebrating the fourth annual Matthew J. Bream Memorial Williams Stand Down and Patriot Day Parade. Whereas approximately 9,000 military veterans live in Coconino County, and whereas these men and women voluntarily risk their lives in the protection, preservation, and defense of citizens, culture, and Constitution of the United States of America. And whereas Patriot Day occurs September 11th of each year to honor the memory of the people killed in the September 11th attacks of the year 2001. And whereas this year marks the 22nd anniversary of September 11th attacks on the United States. And whereas the purpose of the Matthew J. Bream Memorial Williams Stand Down is to connect homeless and at-risk veterans and their families with the essential community services they need. And whereas this year's parade theme is Veterans Strong, in celebration of the dedication to our nation, we gather as Americans to honor the men and women who lost their lives 22 years ago and in the September 11th attacks, and honor their families who continue to bear the burden of this fateful day. And whereas by taking care of our veterans, we honor their commitment and sacrifice to defend the Constitution of the United States and to preserve the values we hold so dear that make us stronger as a community and as a common people. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Coconino County Board of Supervisors do hereby proclaim September 11th, 2022 as Patriot Day and celebrate the fourth annual Matthew J. Bream Memorial Williams Stand Down and Patriot Day Parade. And Mr. Chair, I'd like to move that we approve this proclamation.
Have a second?
Second.
All those in favor in approving this proclamation, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Thank you.
And that's kind of why I wore my Marine Corps hat today, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Would any supervisors like to make any comments regarding the proclamation?
Sure, I will. And I'm sure that Matt wants to end it. So, and you look good in that Marine Corps hat. So thanks for wearing it. So. And yes, I think it's extremely important on Patriots Day, but really every day should be Patriots Day. And it is our responsibility to make sure that we do take care of our veterans who have risked it all to preserve our freedom here in this country. So I'm so pleased that the Arizona State Veterans Home in Flagstaff is about to open. I think that's another great recognition of what we do. The service has been provided to us by our veterans. So I appreciate this proclamation. And Matt, I really appreciate your leadership in this and promoting this as we move forward. And I look forward to taking part in the stand downs. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Vice Chair Begay.
Thank you. I've had an honor to attend several stand downs here within the area, a couple here in Flagstaff and also at Twin Arrows. And I'm very fond and appreciate all the veterans and I appreciate them so much, because of all the services they did and sacrificing their lives out there while we were home and we could watch TV and we would just, stay home and eat whatever we want, sleep whenever we want and stuff like that. And yet, they're the ones out there, risking their lives on our behalf. And it is true that Patriot Day should be every single day because we need to help. And there's a lot of issues that there is still out there that we're not addressing as a nation, which is housing for veterans, medical services that they can get to right away. And, things like that, even hospitals, they're far away and there's so much that, we owe them. And yet we're not really thinking about that or trying to pursue that. I think it's all because of funding, maybe. I don't know what it is, but I think we really need to take them more seriously than we are. So I just want to say I'm very proud of them. I appreciate all of them and thank my colleagues for all the comments that they're making. And
Thank you, Vice Chair Begay. Supervisor Fowler, would you like to say some comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm really, the Veterans Stand Down started in Flagstaff several years ago, and I'm really happy that it's expanding and just amazing, just a vision that can be brought into being, and that's what this was. And so now it's out in Williams, and it was at Twin Arrows, and that's expanding a lot more and just providing the needed service that is needed in the community and individuals that walk up to these events. So thanks so much. I really appreciate everything that is being done. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And in deference to my colleague, I'll go now so that way you can have the last word. I just want to say thank you to all the veterans and all the services that have been provided, and look forward to the stand down and recognizing the sacrifice that our veterans have made and looking towards ways to connect our veterans with services. Homelessness among veterans is a problem that we do need to address, and I know they're taking steps, but that's why these stand down events are so important, is to connect our veterans with those services that they deserve. And so I just want to say thank you to the county for providing us this opportunity for this proclamation and the ability to recognize our veterans and also move forward and looking at ways that we can close the gap and ensure that we have the proper services for our veterans. So thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. I almost called you Madam Chair. But I've got to be careful here.
You're right.
Oh my gosh, she's had it. Thank
Listen,
you.
I said you could look good in that Marine Corps hat. Come on now.
All right, and it begins, the new board. But Mr. Chair, on a more serious note, and as noted by each of you, this is all about the veterans, not us, but the veterans. For anybody out there that is aware of veterans, often they may not be coming to services. Sometimes it's intimidating to really step into the whole federal system, let alone what they may have gone through. Stand downs are a way of getting a little bit further out into the community, making it a safe place for the veterans to come. And there are many, many agencies, both federal and state level, that are there just to provide that safe space and the opportunity to have services. So that's the intent of the stand down. Lena, you brought up the stand down. Mandy Metzger was actually the champion in the very beginning of this. Jim Parks followed up after Mandy, and I hope we continue to do it. As you all noted, it's about our veterans and needing to provide services to them. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. All right. Next up is time for consent agenda. And so all matters under consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by a single motion. Are there any items that board members would want to consider separately?
If I may, Mr. Chair, I would request that we separate 8 to acknowledge an appointment for District 2. And also 10A, which I understand legal would like to provide some information and have that as a separate action item.
Okay, thank you. Any other items? Supervisor Ryan.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I'd like to separate item 9 quickly. Thank you.
Any others? No. Supervisor Fowler? Supervisor Fowler, would you like to remove any items from the consent agenda?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Okay, then may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items 5 through 22, including item 10 with the revised agenda, except for items 8, 9, and 10A to be voted on individually.
So moved?
May I have a second? Thank you, Vice Chair. Okay, all those in favor of approving the consent agenda in minus number 8, 9, and 10A?
Aye.
Aye. Great, thank you. All right, now if we can go to item number 8, community development. Can we get consideration and possible action to reappoint Chris Waney to the Board of Adjustments from District 2 from August 22nd, 2023 through August 22nd, 2027. Do we have anybody that can speak on this item?
Is he on? Do we know?
There we go.
Good morning,
Is
Mr.
not
Chair.
on the meeting. I do have Community Development Director Jay Christelman virtually.
Director Christelman, do you mind speaking on this item, please?
Not at all, Mr. Chair. Congratulations. And Madam Vice Chair, congratulations. Jay Christelman, Community Development. Good morning. Mr. Wani is not with us today, but we very much would like to thank him for his service. He came on during COVID, so that was kind of a interesting time for him to come on board as a Board of Adjustment member. And we just would like to thank him for his service.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Are there any other comments on this item?
If I may just, Mr. Chair, and as we know, we so appreciate the volunteers in our community who step up and are really part of our boards and our commissions. It's really important for our community to have this type of voluntary input and really makes it our jobs easier. And we are assured that we are hearing from all parts of our community. So I just want to thank Chris and thank you from your district to bring him forward. And it's a pleasure that he's before us. And unless there's other comments, I'd make the motion to reappoint Chris Waney to the Board of Adjustment from District 2 from August 22nd, 2023 through August 22nd, 2027.
Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. All those in favor, please vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Do we hear from Supervisor Fowler?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, before we move on, I'd just like to say thank you to Chris Waney for being the representative from District 2 on this Board of Adjustment, and look forward to working with you moving forward. Thank you. All right. Next item is number 9. Let's see, that's another community development item. So maybe Director Christelman, if you could join us again and speak to number 9, the consideration and possible action to approve resolution number 2023-40, which corresponds with Flood Control District Resolution number 2023-01, approving a development agreement with Pine Valley Resort LLC, Pine Valley in quotations. Pine Valley is seeking a letter of map revision, LOMR, from the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, to remove several RV and park model units from a FEMA designated special floodplain hazard area. This development agreement allows Pine Valley to obtain temporary certificates of occupancy for those units while it seeks the LOMR and identifies the county and
indemnifies, excuse me, the county and district.
And you may want to find out what Matt has
Yeah.
questions on.
All right. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, former Madam Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes,
If I may.
Supervisor Ryan.
And don't worry, Jay, I won't put you on the spot there. Actually, it's between Jay, in the future. We have a decision associated with the flood control district, but also going to our county attorney. Real important thing, and just of note that we're looking at here, we found a way to move forward in this area while also indemnifying the county. We do have to be careful as we work through these solutions, but a really good work from staff's perspective on putting this together. I wanted to separate that just to note it, to also to acknowledge that we're indemnified by doing this. So, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Do any other supervisors have any comments?
Mr. Chair, I'll go ahead and make a motion that we approve item 9 as before us.
Okay, do I have a second? Thank you. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Mr. Christleman, I see that you had, Director Christleman, I see that you have your hand up.
Thank you,
you,
Mr.
Supervisor
Chair
Fowler.
and Supervisor Ryan. I'd like to extend the gratitude to Lucinda. She was instrumental in helping us get this accomplished, as well as the attorney that's representing the flood control district. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other comments from board members? Okay, then we'll move on to item 10A. Consideration and possible action to approve the settlement in Williams 950 LLC versus Coconino County as discussed in the executive session on August 18th, 2023, and authorize the attorneys to move forward with the settlement as discussed in the same executive session on August 18th, 2023. We will be passing this on to the county attorney's office to discuss it. And just want to make a note that this is 10A because it was added late Friday night to the agenda and it wasn't able to be posted. So that's why the 10A was included in here and we're discussing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. And Erin Anding from our office is here to just update the board and provide a little more information.
Great, thank you.
And just for the record, it was posted in accordance with the open meeting law, but it wasn't in the original posting. So
Thank you for that correction. It was posted, just not in the original postings. So that's why it was amended agenda. And so we want to make sure that it's addressed properly. Thank you. Hand it over to you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair Begay, and members of the board. This item was added upon consultation with outside counsel Jim Souza after the executive session had already ended. It is our belief that due to the nature that this is a final settlement, that an agenda item in public session would be appropriate, and that is why it was added late.
at this point, would you
Thank you.
entertain a motion?
Yes, unless any supervisors have any comments to add to the discussion, then I would entertain a motion to move forward.
Mr. Chair, I would make a motion to approve the settlement in Williams 950 LLC versus Coconino County, as we have already discussed in our executive session, and authorize the attorneys to move forward with the settlement as we discussed in executive session.
Can I get a second?
Mr. Chair, I'll second the motion, noting that we did provide that direction and to finalize the agreement.
Thank you. And it looks like Vice Chair Begay had to use the restroom. And so should we go ahead and vote or wait? Did she just come?
She's coming back.
Then I'll
We're
wait.
holding off for you. We've made a motion in a second on item number 10A to approve.
No worries. Okay, all those in favor in approving item 10A, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Supervisor Fowler?
Aye.
Thank you. All right, and so now we finished our consent agenda and we will be looking at. We need to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors?
So moved.
Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, so we are now the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Are there any items on the Flood Control District consent agenda that board members want to consider separately?
I would move that we accept the flood control consent agenda as presented.
Before we do so, I would like to pull out item number 30 so that we can discuss it.
And I'm going to hold off on my motion.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you for doing that. I would like them, yeah, that separation of 30 would be wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, so may I have a motion to approve the Flood Control District consent agenda items 23 through 29?
So moved.
Have a
Second
second?
the motion.
All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, did we get a vote from Supervisor Fowler?
Aye.
Thank you. All right, so next up, item number 30. Consideration and possible action to appoint Joe Leverage as the Flood Control District Interim District Engineer. And so, Lucinda, could you please share with us a little more about item number 30?
In 2016. Joe Leverage has been involved with us through the initial study on post-wildfire flooding, as well as done all the modeling for all of our post-wildfire flooding. Been involved with our initial engineering assessments we did in our special flood hazard areas. Very involved right now with the Tucson area and looking at the flood potential there, the flood risk in that area. So really appreciate the opportunity to bring this forward. As you know, we had for last budget cycle, fiscal year 23, we had a district engineer position approved then by the board of directors. Unfortunately, with everything that's taken place, we really haven't even had time to try to fill that. So I want to move forward with that in this next year, but I know it will take some time. It's a very competitive market for hydrological engineers. And we're very fortunate that we have somebody with Joe's experience, respect in the engineering community here and throughout the state, throughout the West. And bringing that expertise as well, continuing to bring that from J.E. Fuller, which is again, probably one of the most prominent hydrological engineering firms in the Western United States. So again, really appreciate your consideration. I wanted to introduce Joe today. I think most of you have met Joe at various public meetings and or seen him online. And again, really, supportive of this effort. And we've got we've got business that's going on outside of long-term flood mitigation as well. And I think it's really important to understand that those efforts need to continue and frankly need some oversight and need that technical expertise. I'm not an engineer. That's not what I bring. I've learned a lot from Joe and others over the years, but it's important to have that technical expertise. So with that, happy to answer any specific questions. And certainly Joe can as well. So.
Does anyone have any questions or comments?
Mr. Chair, if I could, I'd like to comment on it.
Supervisor Ryan.
And I was baiting Joe as he was walking in on whether I would just grill him right now, but not at all. Over the years, if anybody has watched what we have done with the flood control, Lucinda, through your leadership, but Joe, your firm and yourself you laid the foundation that's set pretty much a new wave of how do we look at flood control especially with public lands, but not only public lands in the West, in the nation. And so with that, that's a big piece. That you grew up with my kids who are and went to school with them doesn't have anything to do with it. But it is a pleasure just to watch you grow through the community and see you in this role as a professional. I thank you for everything we've done with the county, and I look forward to this appointment here.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Anybody else have any comments they would like to make? Supervisor Horseman.
Joe, it just seems like you've always been part of Coconino County, so it's it's another one of these, what, really? I thought we already did that. So, and just congratulations. And as always, we so appreciate your expertise that you've provided us, through the various emergencies that have gone on. And I really do mean that. It seems like you've already been a part of Coconino County. So thank you very much for stepping up and taking on this interim position. And I know we can always rely on you. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Horseman. Vice Chair Begay.
Yes, thank you. I almost said Madam Chair. I'm sorry. But anyway, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for showing the interest. And then also, you have all the key qualifications that we need, at this point in time to serve as an interim. So I just want to say congratulations, and we look forward to working with you from the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Supervisor Fowler, do you have any comments you'd like to make?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. Thank you so much for being part of the county and all of your work that you've been doing. And just I always thought you were part of this position, but congratulations. So it's really good to have really qualified staff that really care about the community. So thanks so much. Thank you, Lucinda, and thank you to all your team there. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And I'd just like to say congratulations. I really appreciate all the work you've done. We've had the opportunity to work together over 2 different flood cycles, both museum and then the pipeline Schultz floods last summer. And we've been on the hot seat together multiple times in community forums, and I appreciate your approach and I appreciate your expertise in showing the models and explaining how the predictions of what will happen and how often it's always amazes me at how often you guys were correct in your models. And so again, just congratulations. Thank you. And I look forward to working with you moving forward. Thank you. Would you like to make any comments?
Yeah, sure. Thanks everybody for this opportunity. I think, I grew up in Flagstaff. I've been working in the civil engineering end for 20 years now here. And this just, I love working in the public sector. I love the projects we get to work on and projects that actually make a difference, that you can see the benefit that they cause. And so I really appreciate this ability to continue in the interim role and hopefully help, find a new person to be able to take that on for the future. Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Mr.
All
Chair,
right.
if I can make the motion.
That's what I was just going to ask for. Can someone please make a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move that we appoint Joe Leverage as the Flood Control District Interim District Engineer.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Second. All right. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Congratulations.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Now the board will resolve as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors?
So move.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second the motion.
Thank you. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Okay, now we're going on to the Public Health District Consent Agenda. There is one item, item 31 on the Public Health District Consent Agenda. Do any members want to separate the item? If
I'll make a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented.
All right, thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll go ahead and second the motion.
Thank you. All those in favor in approving the motion, consent agenda item 31, consideration and possible action to approve an independent contractor agreement with Hope Lives, Viva La Esperanza, in the amount of $105,000 for the period of July 1, 2023 through December 31st, 2024, and to ratify the contract for any services performed under the contract to date. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Chair
Okay.
Vasquez, sorry to
Yes.
interrupt. I think you formed as the Board of Supervisors prior to taking that agenda item, so we
Oh,
just need to
gotta backtrack.
clarify.
So I thought we did do the motion to do the health. Did we not do the motion to become health district?
You said become the Board of Supervisors, so we just need to clarify.
Oh,
that
okay.
you were acting as the.
Health district.
We were acting as the health, public
We-
health district.
We did
Thank
take
you.
the motion as health district.
Okay, so I
Sure.
just misspoke in the final piece. Okay, thank you for that clarification. So do I need to make any other clarifications or can I move forward? Okay, thank you. All right, the board will resolve as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors?
So moved.
Thank you. Second. All right, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 All right. Thank you. All right, the next item is for roundtable items. Roundtable is brief this meeting, so we can make it quick, but we would like to get some information. Actually, we're 32. County Manager, do you recommend that we go into roundtable first, or would you like to address?
Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, sorry. Gonna get some, taking used to, in the order that's on the agenda, we'll be doing roundtable with legislative and then going on to planning calendar, and then the roundtable itself is later into it. But I think we'll have time to do everything before lunch,
Okay.
so we can proceed as indicated on the agenda.
Okay, then let's proceed with item number 32, discussion and update regarding state and or federal legislative and or administrative matters.
And Gregory Nelson will be presenting an update along with Keith.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, board members. Just real quick, not a whole lot to update you on. I'm going to take the state. Keith is going to take the federal side. We did send out last week the final enactment, veto, and end of session report tracking what the governor has enacted, given the adjournment in late July of the legislature. We're here to answer any questions about that, as well as we've sent that out to our impacted departments as well. And so that really captures the end of the session in terms of the policy proposals that were advanced by the legislature and signed by the governor. In terms of CSA Summit, we are hosting the summit in October, on October 11th through the 13th. Penny Adams with CSA has sent out the registration information. We provided that to your offices today. Just a note, board members and county management staff do not need to pay to register since we are the host county. But if there are any other staff, such as your district directors or other support staff that will be directly assisting the event, please have them contact me and we'll get them registered, or sorry, we'll make sure that Penny knows that they are not to be paying to attend the summit, as they will be
That-
supporting.
I hope our district directors know that. I didn't. So, okay, good.
Yes, and we communicate, sorry,
Okay, good.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Horstman. We did communicate that this morning. I was out of the office, so we're getting geared back up on that front. Just a note, we did receive today from Yavapai County that they are in support of our DFFM funding request. That brings us to Yuma and Yavapai have been engaged on that. We are continuing to work on that issue going forward. We met with Supervisor Whiting last week, as well as Supervisor Klein with Gila County, Mr. Whiting with Navajo County, and CSA President to hear their perspectives. And we're continuing that advocacy effort with our peer counties on the DFFM fund. In terms of the military installation sustainability, we are actively working on trying to set up a tour of both the Naval Observatory Flagstaff Station as well as Camp Navajo. We're looking at this at this time in October now. Given that elected officials will be invited, the DC Naval Central Office as well as El Centro in San Diego have requested through the community planner with the San Diego office that we coordinate with those offices as the Washington command may be wanting to attend. We've also worked and continue to work with Travis Schulte at DEMA on this military installation proposal. And we have a query in from Yuma County to meet with them at the staff level to discuss later this week. So we'll be following up with that. Those are our major state policy items that we're working on at this point to advance those heading into the summit so that we can secure the 15 county blessing of those proposals heading into next session. Just a note, we had our bid opening on Wednesday last week for our state advocacy expert that we would like to bring on through our procurement process. We've assembled a review team with the manager's office and government affairs, and we'll be reviewing those bids and recommending a ranking of those bids as we work through the procurement process to secure our state advocate heading into the CSA Policy Summit. So the goal would be to have that person on board and in the seat and with you all at the CSA Policy Summit. I'd also, once we have someone selected, I'd like to initiate a meet and greet with board members and elected officials and department directors so that folks can get a lay of the land with whoever we bring on, and you all have the opportunity to meet with this person and develop those relationships, as we know those will be critical heading into next session. And then I believe that takes me to the final in terms of the state side. So happy to answer any questions. And then Mr. Breckus will be up on the federal.
Are there any questions?
Mr. Chair, if I may, on that, thank you, Mr. Chair. How many bids?
We had 8, we had 8 firms submit. So we do have a
Very
competitive,
healthy.
and really want to thank our partners at CSA and ACO who helped us circulate that information, get that out to folks so that we did have a healthy competitive pool.
Excellent. Just another note, as we go into the summit, I've been the LPC rep for while we've been going through as this board and for many years. Come the turn of this year, I will be stepping out of that LPC role on that. So as we go and move into the summit, we need to keep that in mind as we transition how we're working together as a board and making recommendations. But we have wonderful groundwork for everything that's happening. We have the summit that's coming forward. We have good proposals, but something to think about as we move in that direction.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Mr. Chair, just on that point, we have gotten a preliminary review of the policy items that have been submitted by the counties to this point. We do have time scheduled with the board in early October to discuss those proposals. At this point, we're not seeing anything too controversial, and we'll certainly be engaging that conversation on the LPC, working with the board to provide continuity and deliver at the state level what we need to do on behalf of the county. Thank you, Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you. Are there any other comments by board members? All right, thank you, Gregory. If we could have Keith come up, thank you.
Good morning, board. This is the first update I've given standing up in a while, so do my best here. But so probably going to only review 2 federal things that we have going. One is Wildland Firefighter Pay Act, which Senator Sinema from Arizona has introduced, and it has bipartisan support. Our board is, of course, in favor of that. It's to prevent. So wildland firefighter pay was increased during the bipartisan infrastructure law, and that pay increase is set to expire on September 30th if action isn't taken. So Senator Sinema has a bill to extend that pay, which the board, of course, is supportive of. Members of the board, outgoing Chair Horstman and current Chair Vasquez, both were at a
meeting in the city when she presented on that. And of course, we're supportive of that. And other staff was there as well, like Lucinda Andriani and Jay Smith. And I think we could see, even though it's been a light year here in Coconino County with fires in places far flung as Hawaii and Minnesota and Rhode Island, it's really important that these wildland firefighters are compensated adequately. It's good for them, but also important to protect our communities. And then the other update I have is our board signed on or sent to our federal delegation support for reforms of the Medicaid inmate exclusion policy. We're supporting a couple bipartisan bills. One of them is called the Reentry Act. The other one is called the Due Process Continuity of Care Act. What those are is when there's pretrial detainees, to ensure that they don't just lose their Medicaid or Medicare or CHIPS benefits because they're pretrial detainees. That's important for both physical health and behavioral health services. About 65% of our inmates have some behavioral health issue, and about over half have co-occurring disorders, which behavioral health and substance abuse. And it's just not good policy to cut off those services to people, pretrial detainees who have not been convicted of a crime. And also it's just better for the community. It lowers recidivism rates and helps with that continuum of care if those services aren't discontinued. And our previous chair signed a letter to our federal delegation supporting that legislation. Any questions on any of that?
Any questions, board members? Comments?
Just to note, the letters that the previous chair signed were very consistent with our legislative agenda and have been where this board has been for many years in terms of adequate pay for firefighters, as well as the Medicaid exclusion legislation to remedy that. And that's also a NACO agenda item that's been there for many years. And NACO is coordinating a call to action on that. So a letter did go out under former Chair Horstman's signature.
Great, thank you. Any comments by board members?
Just quickly, if I may, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it's very consistent with what we've set up of our federal direction. And so really glad that we're staying on top of it so we can pivot with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I'd just like to say thank you for the update. And both of those issues on the federal side are very important, and I look forward to seeing our continued support for those efforts.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I neglected to mention the CSA Summit and the planning activities that have been occurring around that. I feel like I've been living it every day, so I assume that everyone else knows it. So need to stop that and just provide you an update. So as you know, we're hosting the summit this year, October 11th through the 13th. Just want to thank Cindy Soki and Jen Hammond for their leadership, as well as Felice on pulling together a dinner at Fort Tuthill Amphitheater. That'll be the county hosted dinner on Thursday, October 12th. We're really looking forward to hosting your colleagues out there, and we're all working to secure some wonderful items from our businesses and our community members to share the spirit of Coconino County with your colleagues during the summit. The previous day, we've arranged for 3 pre-conference events: a golf outing at Country Club, a tour of Walnut Canyon that features both a walking component as well as a visitors center component for those that may not want to descend down into the canyon, as well as a sustainable building tour, discovery tour that Amanda Atchison has been working on. And so with that, Mr. Harris has taken a lead on getting some great swag items for folks who are coming in to visit us. We've collaborated with the Downtown Visitor Center and Discover Flagstaff to provide some on your own events for folks that may be interested or spending the weekend in our community. And then at the dinner, we've actually invited artists. We put out a solicitation for artists to reflect the 5 districts, to bring their art, display it, and then sell it. And so just really appreciate all of the district directors' work and working with your offices on that. It's been a tremendous collaborative effort. We have another planning meeting at the staff level scheduled for tomorrow. Right now, we're in our sponsorship phase. So I just want to thank Corey and Stephen Pellegrini and Keith for their work on sponsorships. We're collaborating to bring funding into this event to help support CSA. And also, finally, just want to recognize CSA. Penny Adams at CSA has been tremendous in her efforts to work with us and pull this summit together so that we deliver a quality and memorable product for your colleagues as they come join us here in October. So with that, happy to answer any questions about the summit. We will be reaching out to your offices to determine where we'll have supervisors meeting and greeting folks for the pre-conference event so that you're highlighted within that realm.
Just for the public's clarification, can you explain what CSA is and why this summit is important for Coconino County?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Vasquez. So CSA stands for the County Supervisors Association of Arizona. They're a multi-decade nonprofit organization that represents all 15 counties and county supervisors across the state of Arizona to collaborate on mutual issues of concern to counties to find solutions. They have a research and data arm where they're engaged on public policy research. They have an advocacy effort where they work on 15 counties' legislative agenda, and they provide support to county staff as well as supervisors across the 15 counties. And so Coconino County has the privilege to host this event in October. It's the annual policy summit. It brings together professional county staff and county supervisors and other impacted elected officials who will deliberate on the 15 county agenda heading into the next legislative session. And it provides a forum to discuss critical policy issues that impact Arizona's 15 counties. And so with that, we've introduced two items. One is the Department of Forestry and Fire Management's wildfire emergency response line item, as well as the military installation sustainability model legislation that came out of the Joint Land Use Study Implementation Military Installation Sustainability Grant that is being run out of community development. And so those are our two items. And then we will be engaging, of course, on the 14 other counties' proposals as CSA membership, the 61 board of directors, which are the 61 county supervisors across the state, will be deliberating and voting on those policy ideas heading into the next session. So happy to answer any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Supervisor Horstman.
Thank you. And, you know, Keith and Gregory and our district directors and staff, I want to thank you for the work that you've been doing. I mean, it's been a tremendous effort. And, you know, Coconino County always shines, but you're making it shinier. And I really appreciate that and appreciate all of your efforts on it. And for the board's part, you know, I was talking with them earlier, and I think it'd be a good idea for those pre-events if we would, each board member or at least 3 of the board members would take a responsibility to kind of do a welcome, you know, as part of that pre-event. So it's everything we can do again to add to your great efforts. Please let us know.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman, Mr. Chair. I'm happy we'll set up meetings as we get closer, working with your offices on your availability and scheduling on where we could deploy having you welcome your colleagues. I think that'd be tremendous.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments?
If I may, Mr. Chair, it's and you get the idea. This is very important for a lot of what we do. We're affected by the state. We're an arm, you know, subdivision of the state. And so it's a very important time to consider what will impact us and opportunities to try and improve our situation. But beyond that, just to note, as we host this summit, you noted swag. We do fundraising. This is not public monies. We do fundraising, and there are different nonprofit organizations involved in that as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Anybody else? Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. And Lindsay and team, thank you so much for improving the connection here. So as you all are testing out the new boardroom, I am also helping, assisting you from my end. So anyway, I want to just thank Greg and team for working on the CSA. I know they've really been working, having meetings and trying to just really trying to do fundraising as well. I think each one of us have to help with the fundraising to be able to do some of these or some sponsorships to be able to have this event. It is very important because we have 15 counties in Arizona, and this is when we all see each other's, we do this every year, and we go to different counties throughout Arizona, and this is our year, and I'm really excited to be having this here. And it seems like this year's been the year for us as a county sponsoring these different groups coming in, so it's really great. And the staff that are putting this on are the ones that do all the other, have done all the others as well. So it's just really a lot on their plate, and they'll probably be happy when this one concludes. So I'm really happy with the schedule that's been put together, because it's pretty challenging scheduling and finding these facilities and scheduling all of the tours and everything. So thanks so much. Really appreciate all that's happening. Just gonna have to be really up to date with the legislative side, and be ready for our discussions on what we expect out of this meeting. So thanks so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any other comments?
Yes.
Vice Chair Begay.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I just want to say, I've seen plans that are being put together, and we have some ways to go, but I think we have the right staff that are working on it to push it forward. And I can't wait for that day, and that day's gonna come in no time. So the board is here to support you in anything, Steve, your staff also. So I just want to say thank you for all the efforts that has been put into it right now. And certainly, we'll make it one of the best meetings that has ever happened. So all of us need to get together and do the plans and stuff like that. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay and Chair Vasquez. Just a note, we want to make it, we want your colleagues talking about this summit in 10 years, how it was the best summit. And so that's our goal, and we'll be executing that. And thank you, Supervisor Ryan, for your note about the fact that we are doing private outreach to sponsorships to cover these costs. And any items that we were receiving are donated to highlight our community as we leverage our partnerships with our business community, and as an opportunity to highlight our community for all of those that are coming into the event and our county. So thank you very much. And just want to also just really appreciate the district directors. They've been tremendous in this and providing excellent support as we work to pull the summit together. So thank you all.
Thank you, Jen. Appreciate that. Oh, yeah. Order in the court. No, just kidding. No, thank you. I really appreciate all the hard work and look forward to getting the updates as we get closer to the conference or the summit.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Manager Peru, time to discuss, review possible direction regarding planning calendar.
We're going to just cover the month of September. So as of course, we're meeting today. The next meeting, we have our next meeting scheduled for next week, the 29th. And we do have items. We've already started to accumulate some items before the 29th. So that is the next meeting that we'll be having next week. From there, September 6th, coming out of the holiday weekend, you'll see on the screen, we have a public hearing for the proposed A1 Ranch Domestic Water Improvement District. That is on there. Also, let me make sure I got it right. And that is the main topic for that. That's a special meeting on that topic.
Correct. It's a special session just for the public hearing for the DWID because we are tied to that 40-day time frame.
Mhm.
So that's why we needed to put it in that week.
And because, if I may, Mr. Chair, because it is statutorily set and it's statutory timeline, it's really important we have a quorum for this meeting. It takes place in my district, and so I want to make sure we're adequately reviewing the request from District 1 on this DWID. So hopefully that we'll have a full house, a full board, and it's important we get it done on that day.
And just for clarification, it will be an in-person public hearing, correct?
Well, I think that since it's a special, I think it's been set as virtual. I think that will make it easier for everyone. Is that correct?
Did a hybrid
Okay.
meeting.
Good. We'll be here then.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Just a note, and the important thing, probably back to the other board members. At some point, I have to get hip surgery. I don't know when. And so as we transition, keeping that quorum in place when we have these meetings will be really key if I can't make it. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Lindsay,
Thank
can
you for that
make
note.
The screen bigger.
Yes.
Because I've got a different, an older version here. Thank you. Okay. So that is on the 6th special meeting. On the 7th, we will be hosting with the Supervisor Fowler in District 5, the Page Chamber Mixer, and that occurs on an annual basis up in Page. And so that'll be the opportunity for leadership, board members and others to attend a really special event up in Page. And so we'll be looking at your calendars for quorum posting on that. From there, September 12th, Craig Sullivan will be here from CSA to provide an update on the activities of the association for the past year. And so that's always an important presentation from Craig. And then we have a special meeting or a regular meeting that evening will be a proclamation for Hispanic Heritage Month is on the agenda. Also, the resolution to direct the treasurer to collect property taxes. That's a statutory step. And then the evening, we also have a public hearing on a cell tower CUP case out of District 1, Ashfork. And so that is what's happening in September. On the 19th is an employee recognition event, public service recognition event. It's a big event here, of course, here in where are we holding that? Fort Lauderdale at the amphitheater. So that's taking place.
If I can just make a note, I will not be in attendance that day. I will be traveling. Thank
Very
you.
good. We'll work with other boards on members on schedules. So that is a big event on the 19th. And then on the 26th, a special meeting. And you know, between now and then we'll start populating that agenda. So
Great. Thank you.
And-
Supervisor Horstman.
And thank you. And I will not be on the special session on September 26th. I think I've let everybody know that for months, but just an FYI.
Thank you for that update. Are there any more comments from the board? Okay, thank you.
Clerk's office has comments.
Yes. Yes, please.
Just as a note, sorry, we may need to have a special session that week of September 11th in addition to the September 12th meeting. Flood Administrator Lucinda Andriani may have 2 items that are critical that if they don't get onto the September 12th meeting, we may just have a virtual special session to address those 2 items at the end of that week, looking at September 15th. So we'll work with your district directors to see what time might be best available to do that, if needed.
We're going to try to get in on the 12th.
Yes, that's our goal. But if we can't, we'll have to default to a special meeting later that week.
Great. Thank you for letting us know that. All right. Is there anything else? No? All right. Thank you. Next up, let me see. So all we have left now is discussion update from county manager regarding possible community, regional, or administrative matters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board, I want to begin by asking Matt and Helen to come forward. They were not here when we started the meeting this morning, but much of the work that's gone into. Helen, is Matt's on the way? Okay, I'm gonna wait. I'll wait. I've got other things I can. But I want to recognize their efforts in getting us here today, being in person, but I'll work on that after. Just some other updates. On Friday, we had the opportunity to visit with a candidate for the communications director position. We had you all had the opportunity to have individual discussions with the candidate. And so we'll be hoping to close that effort out sometime this week. And so again, that's an important position. I also want to acknowledge Stephen Pellegrini, who's been holding that post down in an interim role. But again, our goal is to have that position filled in the coming weeks for obvious reasons because of the criticality of that role here at the county. In the meantime, we are also with Chris Pastor's departure. Chris left us. Chris has done an amazing job here at the county in his role as Economic Development Director. He's going to Navajo, Apache County to do similar work. And so it's not as if though we're not going to see him again. So we'll be working, we're looking forward to those opportunities. So the position is being recruited at the time. The Economic Development Director position is being recruited. We're assembling a candidate pool and we'll be going through the process of interviews, et cetera. So again, that's another important position here at the county. And so I hope to fill that position very shortly. This morning I had a good meeting with Chris Fetzer from NACOG. I'm going to be, part of my role as manager, though, is to support your membership in various committees. And I'm working with Chris Fetzer at NACOG to become more active in NACOG as staff support to each of you, because I know Supervisors Chair Vasquez and Supervisor Fowler are on committees of NACOG. And so we do, of course, have staff support from Gregory on various aspects of NACOG, but I'm also going to be actually joining some of the committees at NACOG, particularly the Economic Development Committee and some other areas. And so you'll see me re-engaging with NACOG. Also related to governor's appointment, I've been appointed to the Governor's Early Childhood and Development Health Board. And this is the state council that governs the First Things First effort here in Arizona. And so I was approached a few weeks ago. And so my nomination has been submitted. I did receive word yesterday that the governor will be submitting my nomination for confirmation through the legislative, I think it's Senate confirmation. So, but again, we'll just let you know. United Way. So the United Way campaign is gearing up. We're excited to be part of the United Way campaign as we have in the past. And so we'll be approaching it a little differently this year. I'll be approaching the alliance partners. So it's the city, the county, NAU, CCC, FUSD, and the transit, Mountain Line Transit, to see about all of us coming together in our individual efforts to maybe do some challenges and et cetera for United Way. We'll be asking Liz Archuleta, CEO from United Way, to come to a board meeting shortly to make a presentation on this year's campaign. We also have excellent campaign co-chairs. So the co-chairs for the campaign, Kim Musselman and Dan Musselman. We know them well. And so they have offered, or they were offered, one or the other, to be campaign co-chairs for the entire campaign for this year. So look forward to doing that. Also related to United Way, you'll recall that we're through the board's allocation through the budget process, we allocated funding to Navajo Way. I'm looking forward to working with our supervisors to establish our relationship with Navajo Way and the work that they're doing here in Northern Arizona. And so I'll be working with Supervisors Fowler and Begay in creating some discussions on how we can develop our first partnership effort with Navajo Way. Let's see, what else do I have on here? Matt, come on up. So Matt and Helen, again, earlier today, I acknowledged facilities for their work here in the boardroom. And as it's typical with most technology, a lot of the work that you see is not visible. Now, we have the laptops, we see all the things that are happening with us, but it was a lot of big effort comes from the team, the IT team, others, come on in, everybody, that make this possible. It is so good to be back in person again. It really feels good. It certainly has a lot of pieces to it that make it possible. The virtual part that now we're able to go live, countywide, statewide, worldwide, is really cool because our county being larger than the country of Switzerland, I always love to use that factoid, provides the opportunity for residents throughout the county to engage locally with our local government. And the folks here on the technology side make it possible. And I just wanted to have the opportunity for them to be here and a lot of others that can't be here today, for the board to acknowledge their efforts and, because it wouldn't be possible without this team. So, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back to you for comments.
Thank you. I'll let my colleagues go first. Are there any comments from the board?
Just, obviously, we rely on you every single day. And we appreciate all of your efforts on our individual behalf and, all across the county. IT, it's, not very long ago, nobody even knew what it was. And now it absolutely is part of our every moment of our lives. And so we really appreciate all of your extraordinary efforts to keep us up and running and keep the communication and connection going here across Coconino County. So thank you so much. Thank you for your patience. For some of us who may not be as internet sophisticated as you all are, and appreciate all of your efforts. I know that we're going to rely on you more as we move forward because that's the kind of world we live in now. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Any other comments? Vice Chair Begay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know what to say. I'm really have a lot of respect for the team here. And without you, I don't know what we would have been doing here today. But anyway, you make our jobs easier, communication easier, and, connecting with everybody out there within the communities and also, and even with our jobs, with people who we interact with, to make the county be better. And so I just want to say thank you so much. You guys are all well appreciated, and we thank you, for all the efforts and the services that you provide for Coconino County. And so that's my take. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Chair Begay. Supervisor Fowler, did you have any comments you'd like to make?
I work with our IT department, Matt and Helen and team, just about every day. I really appreciate working with them and just always just been an amazing work. I mean, just the boardroom alone and me being able to, join virtually is just absolutely amazing. The boardroom, by the way, too, looks really nice from here. So I just want to thank you again. Just want to, just the many talents that you all have working on working in the community on broadband, working on the with the Starlink and establishing a connection at our offices, and then now our boardroom, and being able to reach out into it where our communities are able to virtually join. Years ago, we had this discussion whether we can actually do this or not. I remember Supervisor Babbitt used to say we should have it virtual, and we need to have cameras in the boardrooms. Now it's think about it, it's there, and it's actually works, and we can see you, and if we have good connection, we'd be able to turn our cameras on. So I just think it's just amazing work that you all have, and this is and the other part of this is security. We're always talking about security, all the education that you all provide on security, and being able to securely have people log in. So Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Supervisor Ryan.
Well, Patrice was leaning towards it to really deal with us dinosaurs as far as the technology is concerned. We really appreciate actually supporting us. But the organization, the security, my gosh, the rate at which things happen, it's our world. You guys are back there. And have to say, you really have upped it to a level that we surely appreciate. We know you're working. Some of you, it seems 24/7. You're behind the scenes back there, doing it at home as well. So truly, it is a thank you to each of you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. And I as well would just like to say thank you for all your hard work and making sure that we have all the IT needs taken care of here in the county. It's a lot. And some of us, even us younger folks, are also dinosaurs with some of this new technology. And so I appreciate your expertise and all the efforts that you put in to be able to have, for example, this boardroom in person and hybrid at the same time. You know, that's a lot of work. And it's something that is new. COVID was a big challenge. You navigated through that. And as we're going back into normalcy, it's just really gratifying to see all the advances in our IT for the county. So thank you, all of you. Would you like to, any of you like to make any comments?
Just want to say thank you, Chair Vasquez and Vice Chair Begay and members of the board. This couldn't be done obviously without our team, and they work very hard every day, and just really want to give them credit for their patience through the process as well, and understanding requirements and being able to pivot on demand, depending on the different requirements. So as we hear about connectivity across all of Coconino County, even though we want to celebrate today on this accomplishment, we have a long road ahead. There's a lot of underserved and communities, and we're going to be addressing that hopefully in the near future with BEAD dollars to get those connected that need it. So even though we have connectivity right here in Flagstaff, that's not the same story across the northern Arizona. But thank you. Kudos to the team, and it's great to see you all in person.
Thank you. And I appreciate you mentioning the fact that our rural areas still need more connectivity and that we're working towards it. So thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
All right, thank you. In that case, we're at that threshold. Do we think we can do roundtable light, or should we wait until after?
I think we can do roundtable light.
Oh. Okay, so let's go ahead and do roundtable. And for the first time in a long time, it's not me first. Supervisor Horstman, District 1.
Oh, you know what they say about paybacks, right? And I do have to say this, if we can't beat the city of Flagstaff and our United Way donations, can we at least beat the city of Flagstaff and the stuff the bus for Thanksgiving? We can take a look at that. So, and I am going to make it really short because I know we are having a little celebration here at noon. So first and foremost, the President of the United States came to Coconino County, and you can't say that very often. So it was really a great pleasure to join my colleagues and be there for the Grand Canyon National Monument, also now called the Ancestral Footsteps, in the Ancestral Footsteps, and really appreciated the President coming and acknowledging our 14 indigenous nations who all call the Grand Canyon their home, and the importance of Grand Canyon National Monument, which will now forever be protected from uranium mining. So I know my colleagues and I were unanimous in our support for the Grand Canyon National Monument, and certainly appreciate the individual advocacy many of us were able to do to get that done. So that's not something you get to do every day. It was truly historic, and it was really a wonderful day for us as board members and quite frankly, as residents here of Coconino County. So it was really cool. So, also just real quick, Senator Sinema was here. We did get to meet with her, the chair and myself. She was here to basically to be thanked and also to hear from us on our transportation needs. She was very instrumental in that $15.5 million grant that Mountain Lion got and for the facilities and bus facility here for the our new transit center, which was really fun. And then you already heard from Gregory on the wildfire firefighters. Obviously, she introduced that bill. And we, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, gave her a letter of support for that legislation. It's really important that we have trained firefighters that can assist us when our emergencies rise, which they do more often than not here, unfortunately, in Coconino County, but really all across this country. And acknowledgement of the hard work they do, and they deserve to be paid a livable wage. So we are really glad to be part of that. And then just working, as you've also heard, with DFFM, trying to get the, encourage the governor to put it in her budget. We're going to have a bigger lift probably with the legislature, but to get the governor to include it back into the state's budget for DFFM funding for emergency response, which we have here in Coconino County used many times during our emergencies, but actually used, I believe, Gregory, you told us, 11 counties have also utilized some of that emergency funding when emergencies hit their counties. So we will continue to take an advocacy role on getting that back together. We are working and outreaching with our other counties and getting them to be supportive of our request for the governor. And then after, we hopefully will have our coalition and then hopefully meet with the governor on this. And then, as I say, heavy lift will be with the state legislature. So thank you both Gregory and Keith for all your work and help on that. Really appreciate that. And there's all kinds of more things that have been done. You're going to be hearing about DWIDs coming from my district. It's usually Matt Ryan's district that is causing all the commotion, but I think District 1 is going to be doing their fair share this month. So thank you all.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. District 3, Supervisor Ryan.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. And just quickly, just visiting community meetings, June and Pine out off of Highway 64, a chance to update community on where we are and listen to them. Munns Park, we've been to a couple meetings. Jen and I have traveled out and joined the sheriff's office and others out in the communities to update people on what we're doing. Flood control, Lucinda was out there, and multiple departments, Christopher, et cetera. The hot item that we have right now is, as we all know, Drake Mine is, or Drake, the corporation is looking at placing more claims throughout western Coconino County, and it's stirring up communities concerned about potential traffic or impact adjacent to them, or how they use their public lands. So just so you're aware, that is occurring. Gonzales Lake has moved forward much more so. That Trust for Public Lands is looking to take ownership of that for a year. And although it has one more step to get through based on the family, depending upon the appraisal, whether they'll convey it, but their intent is to convey about 411 acres to TPL, and if all works out, there's a potential that it could eventually be brought into the county park system. So that's progressing quite well, and I compliment our staff for all the good work that they've done together with each of the organizations. National Monument, as Patrice had mentioned, we all were there. It was it's something special. Sedona Volti Institute is involved and engaged in the community to do a survey associated with capacity. So it's multi-agency. We play a lesser role, but they'll consult with us some associated with what's going on. So that's a hot one. And then last piece that we've all been engaged in, but I a little bit more, Patrice a little bit more, each of you in a different way, is the legislative stuff, making phone calls, reaching out to our peers. We're way ahead of the game. It's not typical that support is built ahead of time. It's usually heard out and then it gradually builds, but it's placed appropriately. So compliments to Greg and Keith and all the good work they're doing associated with that. That's a quickie on District 3. Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Ryan.
It's the 21st century,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Vice Chair Begay, District 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Basically, I attended the library board meeting here and just a couple weeks ago, and they reelected their officers there, and they did have reports from different different departments and also with different areas like City, some of the issues that they have, and it's basically just a lot of how they want to run and improve their services out to various areas of the area for within Coconino County. So a lot of planning and reorganization of the board, and so that's what happened. I attended the what function was that? No, he said it anyway. But there was a lot of good interaction there, and I really appreciated that function here. It was just last week, and a lot of dancing. I was really surprised, all the little kids were involved and all dressed up in their dancing, and things like that. And there's a lot of food there. I went there and talked to a lot of people just to be visible there, and some of them were some of the concerns that they have, within the county. So that will be addressed to Steve, regarding that. So it's good to be out there in the community, because they ask you questions, and sometimes it's about another district, but nonetheless, I will be contacting a couple of the board members here. And then also went to this meeting with the Summit Fire Station here at Donny Park. Real good meeting, and basically I'm going to be doing a detailed, comprehensive report to them the next meeting. There was a meeting there that it really there was an agenda item that took forever. So that's the reason why, that's what we're going to do. Is I told them I would come back till the next time around to give them a comprehensive report. Also attended the Blue Ridge Fire Station this past weekend, and updated report about all the functions that are happening here within the county. And also they really greatly appreciate the county for hiring a second police officer in their area, which is very helpful. And they also have a lot of road issues, and they need help with some sort of grant information. So I'll be contacting the proper people on this one too. And we made Navajo burgers for them, and they really enjoyed it. And it was something that, everybody took part in, and they also brought chili. And so we always do that. We went to a meeting that morning, and then the afternoon we I met with the homeowners association. They were very glad that we were there too. Basically, they're also thankful that, I gave them a report, and then also they have issues with the roads and things like that. So, so the short-term rentals, they were very happy that the county addressed, even though we were given that little leeway to do something. They were very, very appreciative of that. And I guess through their readings, also attended a tribal summit focused formally on people that are going to be re-entering into the communities here in northern Arizona, and so it was sponsored by Working Alternatives. It's a facility, a re-entry facility, and they work with the federal prisons and NAU's criminology department and the CI department, and also the U.S. probation officer. We had a lot of representation there. Different tribes were there and talked about re-entry and how we're going to go about that. So it was a real good meeting, and I think that, something that we all need to talk about, because the people that come out of the prisons or out of incarceration, they really need some direction. They need some help. So that how to go back in the community and be better, better part, I guess, trying to get into the communities and to be effective in certain ways and stuff like that. So so that's what happened. And then also after the release from prison, they are, like I said, there are barriers for them. And so we're trying to address that. And they will have meetings, monthly meetings, and then they will have quarterly summits where all the people that were there. There was a lot of tribes there, a lot of people that social service workers, even the tribe, the Hopi tribe were there, and they did their presentations and the issues that they have. So, and then the Code Talker Day, Indigenous Code Talker Day that was held over at the Alcoplex. We had a lot of speakers, Jamasita Peshikai, the former senator, and other people were there. They talked about code talkers and how veterans, how we're going to help them and how we're going to, get some counseling for them or whatever. So now that has come up during that meeting. And so basically just going out to the events and trying to get, to meetings. I had several conflict in meetings, but I managed to get around. So I just want to say I'm glad to be part of a solution, even if it's a small one, to the communities that I serve within District 4. And I appreciate all the help that my colleagues give one another, as far as helping along, like approving items and, ordinances and things that, people appreciate and has been a long time coming. So thank you, Steve, for your leadership, and others that, bring these things to our attention so that we can take action on it. So other items I want to kind of mention was brought up by other board members like the Grand Canyon. So I'll just forego that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Begay. Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. I just want to bring up that we are still receiving PUA letters, the Department of DES. If you receive a letter from DES saying that you have to return or you owe so much money for benefits that you received from your unemployment during the pandemic, please contact us or else that way we can help you through that process. We're still encountering that. We have, and the Grand Canyon Monument, we've been working on that the county has been working on that since, the first resolution was 2008. Prior to that, there was a lot of discussion. I'd like to see if we can bring the past supervisors back just to do a celebration with them. I think they've, they laid the groundwork down, and it's just really been really great to I think it's really good to share the accomplishments with them. We have, trying to look at my notes here. We have a Page Balloon Regatta that's going to be coming up in November, so mark your calendar on that. We have Page Mixer. We started this several years back, and it's with the Chamber of Commerce, where different businesses come together and they host a reception. And several years ago, I started doing this for the county, and want to thank the county manager for being involved in this one. It's on September 7th. We're going to be having our Page Mixer. It's one of it's really the most attended in Page. September or October 13th and 14th, we have our Star Party it's the Navajo Bridge Star Party. We sponsor this with Glen Canyon, BLM, and other agencies, and Love Observatory. And that event is going to be happening. We're working on a broadband summit right now with Navajo Nation. We have, as you all know, we host the broadband meetings, and we now are working on a summit. The Tuba City Fair is coming up. Tuba City Parade Day is going to be on October 21st. We also have our Tuba City courts that are restarting up from the Page Justice Court and the Flagstaff Municipal Court. people need to register if they have an open case right now. So if y'all can share that, it's going to be on October 27th. And so those are the meetings that we're doing. We're also continuing, as you all know, the discussions on the Grand Canyon North Rim year-round opening, or just extension on the fall or the spring side. So we're having more meetings on that. There are meetings that are happening regarding transportations as well, more collaborative and more partnerships in northern Arizona. So of course, you all know that we're working on putting our tax season. This is when we start doing that. We'll be asking for volunteers and starting training on all our tax preparers. We have many other meetings that are happening, but those will be my report right now.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Vice Chair Begay, you had one more comment?
Yes, I forgot to make a comment. Apparently there's a new COVID Omicron XBB that's out there. We've been letting everyone know that, this is coming about, and the symptoms of that virus is there's no cough, no fever. Basically, there's joint pain, headaches, neck pain, upper back pain, and pneumonia, and general loss of appetite. So that's the new one that's coming out. And it's 5 times more toxic than Delta variant and has a higher mortality rate. So this is coming out. And so we just want the community to be aware. We may have to go back to mask and buy more items to protect, and wipe things down, like things that we use, to keep things clean. So that's coming about, and I think we need to take that seriously. And we've been educating the people out there during our meetings and updates that this is coming about. So that's what I wanted to mention. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that's very important. As we have gone back to some sort of normalcy, COVID's still out there, and so we do need to take precautions. I'll make mine real quick. First off, I just want to say congratulations for the National Monument. That was awesome. It was a great experience, once in a lifetime experience. And so it was great to be there with all my colleagues and know that we had a small part in that. And we continued the work that our previous supervisors had done and previous boards had done. And so it was kind of cool to be there at the finish line. And so I agree with Supervisor Fowler. I think we should create some kind of event where we bring former board members who have worked on this issue together to recognize their work that led to this monument, at least from Coconino County's part. The other piece I wanted to mention was the meetings with Senator Sinema about mountain lion and wildfire firefighter roundtable. The thing that's really interesting that you'd like to know is that it was the same day that the president was here. So we had 3 back-to-back meetings. We had the president's announcement. We had 2 meetings with the senator. And then guess what? We had our public ordinance hearing that night. So it was a long, packed day, but it was a very fulfilling day. We got a lot done. And so it was really exciting to be part of that. Last week, I did have the opportunity to be a keynote speaker for the Reentry Summit on Justice-Involved Tribal Members. I had the opportunity to basically share about what our county community Pathways to Community program has been able to accomplish, and then have conversations with people from the Department of Corrections to see what elements of that kind of program that they can try to provide for tribal members that are reentering after long prison stays. And so it was a great opportunity. It gave me the opportunity to talk to tribal leaders about encouraging them to include traditions and their culture and retying them to their community. Because as we know, a lot of times people are gone for a long time, they come back and things have changed. And if they don't feel connected to the community they come back to, it's real easy to fall back into those bad habits that got them in trouble in the first place. And so that was a great opportunity. The next thing that I wanted to mention is that I met with Representative Ophelia Goetson, and we discussed the governor's constituent engagement services. When we hosted the governor in June, what they realized is that there are issues up here in Northern Arizona that aren't getting or hadn't been addressed in the previous administration, and they would like to address it. As I was told, our constituents are their constituents. And so we'll be working with them to see what kind of events and here connecting our constituents with those services regarding state agencies. The other thing I want to mention, the Tardeada that was hosted by Nuestros Raíces was the event that Vice Chair Begay was mentioning, and it was just a great event. And despite the rain, we had a lot of fun dancing, and it was great to see Supervisor Fowler there as well towards the end, and just had the opportunity to share and spend time with folks with Nuestros Raíces. And then the last thing I'll mention is that I had some NACO appointments. I was reappointed to the Immigration Reform Task Force and appointed for the first time to the Transportation Policy Steering Committee. And so I'm really excited about that one because it took 2 years to get that appointment. So I'll end my report there. And unless there are any other comments by supervisors?
Just one,
Supervisor Wright?
forgot, it's move-in week for NAU. Yeah, pretty exciting out there. Go to Target and watch choices between parents and roommates, you know?
Well, thank you. If there's no more comments or no more business, we will adjourn for lunch.
We'll come back at 1:15.
1:15. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. I paused the recording. The only thing that's driving me crazy is like we can't control. We can't control like the speakers, so that's all I'm doing there. Nice if I could try to help.
No, we're good.
Okay.
Everything's out. Hey, the one I would suggest.
Or even the camera, like if that thing was in here into it.
like to get started? Thank you. It was the gavel. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate that. And in order to make sure that we stay on time and not here late until the night, I'd like to get started. So our next presentation is a presentation and discussion regarding an update to the Board of Supervisors on preparations to administer the 2024 elections in Coconino County. Can we please have Elections Director, Assistant County Manager Esler Musta? Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations to both of you and Supervisor Begay for your new appointment as the chair and the vice chair of the County Board of Supervisors. We are delighted to be here this afternoon to talk to you and give you an update on what the Elections Department has been working on in preparation for the 2024 election cycle. We will present a couple of different pieces of information today as part of this presentation, all of which lead to our preparation and our work in ensuring that we have a smooth, free and fair and secure election in Coconino County for the upcoming election cycle. Before I start the work session, I wanted to acknowledge and introduce a couple of people that are in attendance, both here in the room as well as virtually. We have in person our Coconino County Democratic Party Chair, Laura Carter, who's with us today. And also she's brought a team of people, so she will probably introduce those folks later in the session. And we also have online and invited the William Culberson, who's the party chair for the Republican Party, and he's attending virtually as well. And we very much consider the political parties partners in our processes, and we'll elaborate on what that means and what that has entailed for our preparation. And I also want to introduce the Rockstar Election Department team. They're all CEOs, so they're all certified election officers and went through that certification training with the Secretary of State's office recently. Whitney Jusak, she's the Assistant Elections Director. Margaret Bernardo, she's the Risk Manager. Holly Roth, she's our database and election programmer. Stan Pierce is our outreach and training coordinator. Denise Anderson is our recruiter. Lindell Custodio is in charge of our logistics, and Todd. Yeah. So with that kind of getting the niceties out of the way, I wanted to get into the presentation. All right. So the election and the administration of elections in Arizona is a complex process, and it's a complex that is shared between both the state and the counties. You would recall during the visit of the Arizona Secretary of State, Adrian Fontes in Coconino County, that he made the point over several times about he sees counties administering elections, the state providing the overall guidance. And even within the county framework, there are the administration of election in our county is done by two separate entities in the background, I would like to say, because they're working seamlessly for creating an overall seamless voter experience. The recorder's office, of course, is in charge of all the voter registration roll, early voting, the signature verification, and the Native American Outreach Program is an excellent nationally recognized program in the recorder's office that does outreach in our Native American communities, as well as does all the recruiting and management of all the polling locations in those areas. So very critical and components of the election administration. And then the Board of Supervisors is through the elections department is responsible for everything from candidate filing to the ballot creation, training of the poll workers, recruitment of the poll workers, making sure that all our equipment is deployed and certified, and as well as several other kind of financial disclosure, campaign finance activities that are also super important in the process as well. And again, like I said earlier, even though these responsibilities and roles are separated, they serve as checks and balances. But for our voter experience and for the public, it's one interface that is seamless, and we work very closely with the Recorder's Office in making sure that we can get everything prepared and ready for the election. I also wanted to share during the budget presentation with the board this year, we didn't get a lot of time to kind of go in more depth about our mission, vision, and values that kind of are the guiding principles that guide our work. But I just wanted to put them here because I believe that these are very important guiding values and principles in the way that we approach our work. And our vision of serving all the voters with dignity and respect, and all the different political actors in the process is an important element of our way that we manage our elections. The other thing that has been also important and part of the success that we've had in administering elections is that elections, like successful elections, are not just about the laws or like a set procedure. They're about the people that are administering them and the relationships that we build with everyone from poll workers all the way to polling location lessors or lessees, depending on those dynamics. And we as a team like value and leverage those relationships very much in order to make sure that we can be ready to again administer elections that are fair, that are secure, that are also accepted by all the different actors in our political communities. One of the things that is also an important value for us as an elections department and through the staff is like that we're encouraging everyone to grow and learn. And that's very much one of the points that I want to make and come back to as we're approaching and share with the strategy and philosophy around the preparations for the 2024 cycle. Before I get to the 2024 cycle, I just want to very briefly touch on the upcoming consolidated election on November 7th. There are several jurisdictions that will be holding special elections, and they are listed on this slide, and they range from everything from budget overrides to capital bonds, and the city of Flagstaff has several charter amendments to their charter, as well as a citizen proposed referendum. We shared the dates at the top there to kind of get everyone again aware and familiar with the deadlines about voter registration and participating on this election. Each of these jurisdictions have selected to hold their election this November by mail. So that is very much a statutory right and responsibility that the jurisdictions have, and all these 7 jurisdictions are holding those elections through mail, and the Recorder's Office is integral and very much part of it.
If I can, if you wouldn't mind, just so what you're saying is it is not Coconino County that has made the decision to have the November 2023 election, the special election via mail, but that is the decision of the jurisdictions. So I think that's important because I know some of us have gotten questions on that. why is this to be as male-only election? And so I think it's important that this is not Coconino County that's making this decision. It's by law up to the jurisdictions to make that. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Horstman, that is very, very correct and a great statement and a clear statement of the choice that the jurisdictions have. They're just entering into an agreement with the county to administer the election because of the existing infrastructure that we have. So let's talk about the preparations for the 2024 election dates. There are 3 scheduled elections that we for sure will have. There are 2 additional consolidated dates that, again, jurisdictions, if they have a need, be it operationally or otherwise, can also have additional dates on the schedule. The March 19th is it's what's called a presidential preferential election. This is the election where the political parties, the Democrats and the Republicans, put forward their candidates. So that's the preferential presidential election. The August primary date falls on August 6th, and the November general election falls on November 5th. The reason, and again, these are very important dates in terms of driving the work and driving the information that the voters have in order to fully participate in this election. From our planning perspective and for the purposes of today's presentation, what I wanted to illustrate is that each of these elections have a specific set of rules on both of who can participate, how people participate, what kind of infrastructure gets deployed on election day in order to, again, guarantee access to the voters. The important also part and element to this is that we see this elections because of the number of voters that are eligible with the PPE. It's only party registered voters with that party that has an election can participate. With a primary election is the political parties that have an open primary, and independents can participate in that. Or depending on like another party that is eligible to participate this time around during the primary, the no label party, whatever, they will have a open or closed primary that would also affect the level of participation at these election and the voter turnout. So planning for the 2024 cycle has already started. It's already underway. Like we have been, it's kind of hard to believe that it's already September of 2023, and we're only about 14 months from the presidential election in November. But planning has been going on for quite some time now, and one of the important things that we did after running the 3 elections in 2022 is we sat down and kind of combed through all the information and reviewed all the lessons learned. And I'll kind of focus on some of the lessons learned internally and then some of the lessons learned from the broader election community and election administration throughout, not just in our county, but other areas as well. So one of the, again, lessons learned is that keeping our community values in the process and reinforcing the message of local elections are in Coconino County are run by local people, and voters have not just the choice of voting for kind of the big ticket items, but also on local community issues was very important and was very valuable. I think that helped, again, drive home that this is a local process. So we did not have poll workers come in from other areas of the state or the county to serve the voters in specific communities. We did have some challenges with the recruitment of poll workers. We have to staff our polling locations with bipartisan poll workers. That is a little bit more difficult in certain remote areas of the county. However, we we were able to address those needs and work in partnership with both the political parties as well as the Secretary of State's office to make sure that we had the right party balance. Some of other challenges that we also experience is the mixed use between our schools, especially elementary and primary schools, with voters on election day. We received quite a bit of feedback from parents that were concerned about like the security of their kids and kind of that relationship and dynamic. And we also learned again that what the facility looks like in August, when there's daytime all the way till probably 9 o'clock in the evening, is very different than the lighting amenities in November at probably like 5 or 6 o'clock. So little things that again kind of make the mosaic of all the different lessons that we learn. Increased access to party observers on different processes, and we had party observers observe the tabulation, the receiving boards, and the duplication process. Provided key and was very important, and it's one of the elements that we actually want to move forward and make that even more accessible and better in terms of their ability to observe those processes and ensure that their questions are answered like right then and there. We coordinated quite a bit with the Arizona Secretary of State's office, the Navajo Nation Department of Justice, as well as several kind of voter groups like the Carter Center, that voter advocacy groups like the Carter Center, and that again proved very beneficial because we could leverage some of the similar resources in order to make sure that the information was getting out there for our community as well as like in Coconino County, but like the broader community as well. Some of the lessons learned from other entities and other organizations and counties is that implementing like the legislative changes on automatic recount, like and preparing for that was very, very critical and important. And we were lucky enough to leverage some of those resources that the state provided, that some of the other counties like Maricopa County provided to us in order to make sure that we were actually prepared for the recount process that took place in December of 2022. One of the other things that we also shored up and kind of learned from other counties is working closely with the cities and town clerks on ballot proofing process to make sure that the correct races, the ballot content was not just a one-sided process from the county and Coconino County, but it was a little broader in that respect as well. I think the biggest thing, and this is like the reality that we all live in these days, is that any setbacks or any issues, and this is probably like the most important in terms of lessons learned, is that any issues or setbacks that happen on election day, wherever they happen in this county or other counties, it becomes very quickly a statewide issue, which again, the remedy for that is definitely like shoring up our communications and making sure that we can have plans and contingencies in effect for in dealing with some of these dynamics. So those were the lessons learned. We got these lessons learned as a group, like through our discussion with our team here, and we also have a lot of data. So we have numbers of people, like polling locations, number of voters that participate in those locations. So as we were going through this process, what we also decided to do is actually establish a polling places task force. So that had members from both the political parties, that had members from election officials that work in cities and towns throughout Coconino County, Department of Nomination, Department of Justice, the Recorder's Office, a couple of the All Voting is Local, a non-for-profit group that does voter engagement. So we got all these different stakeholders together and discuss some of these challenges and discuss some of these issues that I had mentioned, and created a set of recommendations and a final report on polling locations in Coconino County. And I want to take the like a brief second and like recognize Laura Hunicki, who was part of that task force, together with 8 other people that participated in that task force. The task force was led by our former county recorder, Candy Owens. And again, it was a lot of the data sharing and part of the consultation process of kind of opening up like the different strategies that we want to implement and things that we want to consider in terms of polling locations for the 2024 cycle. So thank you, Laura, and thanks to the other members of that task force that probably are listening in. And we did produce a report, like we have shared that with the board, and it's available. It will be available online as well. Some of the recommendations on these report, again, guiding principles, because ultimately the Board of Supervisors has to make the decision on the number of polling places. But some of the recommendations that this task force came up with is to continue to use the hybrid polling place model and also expand the number of vote centers throughout Coconino County, increase the ADA accessibility, and also focus on not just parking and parking availability, but also public transit as an option that would move voters in different areas. Electioneering provisions, so by state statute, different initiatives or political candidates can electioneer outside of the 75-foot zone. So that's also another set of recommendations that this committee recommended. What the outcome of this, and again, we are going to get a little bit more in detail and in depth in a couple of slides here, but what the outcome of this is that we're looking at our polling place locations, and in our urban areas, we want to leverage the ability of voters to vote at vote centers, and which gives them the ability and the access of voting where they are, rather than having to go to a precinct designated polling location. This model again helps reduce some of the bottlenecks that we've also have experienced in terms of having limited number of poll workers or limited ADA like issues and accesses, and again optimal, like it's an optimal use of the resources. Real quickly here, because this is a graph that illustrates both the voting options that voters have in Coconino County, the full range, but also the voter turnout data of on the general elections from 2000 to 2022. And this graph does not need a lot of explanation, but presidential elections see a significantly higher turnout than we would expect. And again, planning from our resource perspective, we're planning on seeing the same level of voter turnout that this graph shows in the November election. Again, polling places, like very briefly want to touch on this. What our hope is that we would have in some of our rural communities, not like we currently have vote centers here in Flagstaff, 2 of them, and 1 in Tuba City. And what our goal in this re-looking and reimagining like the infrastructure and the deployment of polling location is to also include vote centers in Page and Williams, as well as in the Grand Canyon. And have these vote centers be vote centers, again, that provide the access to people, and also uphold the standards that we have for voter check-in and the security and the integrity of the whole process. One of the vote centers that I wanted to like highlight, because I am super excited about it, and I know some of our folks in our election department are super excited, is our partnership with the Northern Arizona Museum on the Fort Valley campus. We talked to Mayor Kershaw, the executive director of the museum, and we are going to be able to use that site, which has like excellent parking, excellent ADA access, as a vote center, and we're moving that vote center that was previously at the Flagstaff High School into this area. And we want to do some education around vote centers, and we want to even have the kind of the excitement about voting in the museum and kind of what that means for the history, as well as the access overall for our voters. So that's just an illustration. We're looking at several other options to make sure that we can meet the expectations and the demand for the 2024 cycle. One of the things that we are also working on and is an election framework. So this is like, it looks like a several page binder. It has all the different elections planned that we are required to develop as part of our preparation for elections. So this is like, for the first time, we're doing this as one framework, as one in one document. And it has in this document, again, our entire process of engaging with the different communities, with the political parties. It has the plans that are necessary and needed in order to create the redundancies and the training that is important. So these plans, and part of this work session is to gather that feedback from the board today. But this plan, again, includes chapters like communication, staffing, training, logistics, ballot, tabulation, contingency plans. So I'm going to very quickly kind of go through each of those chapters and kind of highlight the main points. But again, we will come back to the board and share the full plan. One of the most important aspects of the preparations for election is establishing a communications plan that becomes the source of correct information and engages the voters in the right way. I think again, like one of the points that I made earlier, election day communication becomes very critical because it's very time sensitive, and we want to make sure that the voters are getting the right information from the source and not going through several layers of information to get what they need, because election day is a one-day event. As part of like this kind of informing and engaging our voters, like we're trying to create a mark for our elections department, and that is a ballot box that is on the left side of the screen. This ballot box has kind of some artwork that has the C and the E for the county elections, and a voter's hand, like voting in the ballot, and letter C having vote, as well as we are also kind of creating a more informal way of communicating and more engaging towards like a younger segment, or a little bit more fun from our social media channels. We've created this mascot that we're calling Penny, and again, the idea is that the voters through Penny like are encouraged to take action, and that their pen is their vote, their voice to be heard. And again, two different aspects of what while we would use these like markers for our process, but again, they're aiming at like engaging a group of voters and engaging in a way that generates excitement as well as participation in the process. And the colors for our marker are the county colors. The colors for our logo are the turquoise. That is again a county color, but also meaningful for our Native American community as well. So I'm going to go through the staffing plan. Staffing is it's very critical and important element of administering any elections. There are specific guidelines and in both the state statutes, but also in the procedures manual about bipartisan boards and at polling locations and what that means. In anticipation for the November 2024, we are aiming at recruiting and deploying approximately 450 election board workers, and we're incrementally going to increase that number based on the number of polling locations and vote centers that we will be deploying. And the poll workers and the recruitment team does a phenomenal job at making sure that they are again engaging members in those communities where we are holding elections to come out and help administer elections.
Just one moment, please. Supervisor Horstman has a
Just
question.
How many were you able for the last general election? What did you have in terms of number of workers?
So we had close to we had 435.
Just slightly more, and you were able to recruit them, no problem at all.
Well, we like I said, there were we had quite a large cohort of election workers in certain areas. So in our urban areas, we were pretty solid with our numbers, and it was harder to recruit in some of the more remote areas to do to achieve the party balance and representation. So it's one of those things that it's not all or nothing. It's just kind of depends on certain areas in the county.
And so when are you going to start the recruitment process?
And I'm glad to say that our recruitment process is ongoing, and Denise and Stan are constantly attending everything from like the veteran stand downs to like events at NAU or any kind of community pitch that we can get and making sure that we get the word out of like, are you thinking about becoming a election board worker? Do you want to like be engaged in this process? So that is an ongoing process. We have a very good, solid cohort of election board workers that are dedicated and proud, but it's getting those like last 150 that is.
So do you
sometimes more
have
challenging.
like a little brochure or something that we can, because that'd be great, because when we're out and about doing county tabling, to have that with us. So that'd be great to have. So
Absolutely.
let us know how we can help. And if you can get little Penny and as a little pen, maybe that says vote, that we can hand out with it, would be really cute.
And that's the goal. And our recruitment, like I said, like is community focused. So we're working with the fire districts in Blue Ridge and Forest Lakes to again get people that are active in those communities to participate and volunteer to work on election day, as well as be backup and ensure that we have enough depth in our process.
Supervisor Horstman.
One more thing, county fair is coming up, for example. So if we can get that information there at the county booth, which is now at the beginning when you walk into the county fair, and that would be great. Get little pennies, votes, and whatever. So
Absolutely.
I like the turquoise, by the way. Very nice.
We got some feedback on that. It's really hard to pick 10 colors, even though it seems such a straightforward exercise, because the parties have their colors, then the new party had like a color, but we appreciate that feedback. Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. The other plan that is part of the framework is the training plan. And again, like it's very critical in administering elections because all of them, while they're in the eyes of the public, like they might be like, oh, it's an election. What are the differences? There are nuances that are very procedurally driven and important for us to train to. So we have to establish the standards, and those standards sometimes change as court cases are decided or legislation changes. The elections procedure manual is in a review process with the Secretary of State and the public and different stakeholders. The training that we are providing is for key staff that are running and heading the polling locations. We're providing in-person training so they can we can make sure that they are well versed into the process and the procedures that we have established and the use of the chain of custody forms that we have. But also we provide training through online to kind of allow folks that can participate virtually or to have, or if they need to refresh on their training. All of the election board workers, and I want to stop here for a second and also mention that the same process is used by our Native American Outreach Program coordinator team in the recorder's office in training and recruiting election board worker in our Native American communities. That everybody has to pass an exam of proficiency and get a certificate, and they need to sign an oath that they will uphold not just our procedures, but the Constitution and laws of the in Arizona in providing the best service to the voters in our community. The logistics plan, and I can't again stress enough how important like the deployment of the logistics and the things that are needed on election are. Our ability to thoroughly track and verify that ballots are being delivered at the right locations, that we are using the strictest chain of custody forms and accounting of the entire delivery of ballots and equipment is paramount in guaranteeing and seeing through that everything is held up to the highest standard and is done in accordance with the law and the process. So the logistics can make or break the day, and we're very lucky that we have a team of people with Lindell that are thoroughly engaging in that process and making sure that we're again like it goes from establishing like polling locations all the way to the delivery and receiving equipment back into our election warehouse. Now, the most exciting thing, the tabulation plan. And again, the tabulation plan is the one that sometimes gets the most visibility and that's most talked about. But it starts with using, in our county, we use a central count based tabulation, which means that all the ballots throughout the county are brought into Flagstaff and they're counted at one location. That again is the tabulation of ballots goes through and is done in federally certified equipment from the Federal Election Commission. The Arizona Secretary of State also certifies the equipment, and then both the state as well as the county for federal and statewide election also goes through a logic and accuracy testing in order to make sure that the programming that Holly does and the work that she does actually is consistent and accurately and properly tabulates all the ballots. There is in our tabulation plan, there are very specific sets of rules of chain of custody forms. Our counting boards are all bipartisan boards, and they're visible to the political parties that actually are able to observe the entire tabulation process and those steps. The other element that also we do and will continue to do in the future because of our partnership with both political parties is the hand audit count that happens the day after an election from the political parties. So in a way, when we gather that group together, we tell them that this is their opportunity to audit us to make sure that our counts and the way that we are administering and counting and tabulating is consistent and can be verified and certified by the counting the party appointed hand auditor, hand count auditors. And again, we did that several times last year, and there were no discrepancy in our tabulation, both with the machine and the hand count. And that is, again, thanks to like several layers of security that are embedded and chains of custody that are embedded in the process to make sure that there isn't just one person in charge of anything before our results are ready to be canvassed by the Board of Supervisors. So the ballot kind of process before we come to canvas with the board, it does include like a thorough review of everything from not just the voted ballots, but the unvoted ballots, the equipment and the seals and any detailing any issues that may have happened at polling locations to have a full accounting and picture of the election day. So again, this is not a surprise that our hope is that we would be having a process and a day that is smooth and seamless. Every election department, and ours is not any different, relies on contingency plans and developing those contingency plans and assessing like the different risk that is associated with the different activities becomes paramount. We have a contingency plan if our power goes out or if there is no long stretches of polling sites not being available or being out of commission. We have contingency plan if our vote, like our central counting area where we tabulate ballots, becomes unavailable. So all of these contingency plans are detailed in this framework to, again, ensure that we are prepared for the worst case scenario while we're, again, hoping that nothing would happen. And developing these contingency plan, relies on our relationship with several outside agencies and county departments, and they're all listed here. But I cannot stress how important our relationship with the county attorney and our relationship with our sheriff's office is, because it becomes critical in those moments where we need additional resources and help to ensure that the integrity of our election is not doubted, or if there are issues that we can quickly and clearly ensure that they're being addressed along the way. And again, our support that we get throughout the organization is unbelievable. I have a chance to talk to several of the elections director throughout Arizona, and there's definitely growing pains throughout, but the support that this organization gives to election and administering election is second to none, and I'm very proud to be part of that culture, and we want to again promote that culture in the 2024 election cycle. Again, to recap, because the framework can be a lot of different pieces of information, but our strategy is to eliminate any single points of failure is as part of this process, and making sure that our staff, our team can oversee all those critical process and make sure that there are no, like no gaps in the overall planning. The framework is very much a living document. I think I mentioned earlier that we will learn and estimate closer to each of these elections, like the number of people that would be participating depending on like several internal or statutory changes or internal or external factors. So this is very much, we see this as a living document that can be used again from the political parties, from the public to assess and to make sure that we are doing what we set out to do and get graded on it in kind of rough terms. And then collaboration, like this document is very much an agreement of how we collaborate both internally as well as with key stakeholders in our community. So with that, I wanted to turn it over to Whitney, and then I'll come back for some questions and answers if you have any.
All right, I'm going to cover the next steps for the election process. So Esther covered the framework in general, but we have the framework that we've developed and started working on, and then we will integrate any of the board's feedback into that and bring it back to you for final approval. Also, we will have by October 1st of 2023, a precinct resolution, which is required to be approved by the board for the 2024 election cycle. At this time, we're not anticipating any changes with our precincts. And then for the presidential preference election, or the PPE, that is a very unique election. There are state laws that outline how we can manage that election. We will know December 11th what political parties will be involved in that. We are currently anticipating the Republican Party to be involved, but until we hear from the Arizona Secretary of State after December 11th, we won't have a definitive answer. Once we do know who will be participating in that election, we'll build our final polling locations and our election board workers off of those numbers. And then for January of 2024, by state law, we will set the finalized candidate signature requirements, which are percentages of the voter registration based on January 2nd of 2024, which the recorder's office will be providing. In terms of resources, as Esther mentioned throughout our presentation, we have an incredible election staff that we've listed here. They are all certified elections officials of Arizona, and they have elections experience that they're bringing their insight into this framework. We're very excited for the County Election Center, which is a new facility. Thank you to the board, the facilities, the IT, to the Sheriff's Department. We have been able to have a lot of great conversations to build that facility with security and transparency in mind. As we progress.
Supervisor Horstman.
That's a great question. Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So we are anticipating to be moved in November of 2023 of this year. Noting that there is a November of 2023 election, we are not moving tabulation. We will stay at our current facility for tabulation of the November 23 election. And then as we're moving in, it will be a staged process. So we'll start moving in, and then tabulation will be last. We are happy to keep the facility for other departments with the county, so we will assist with that transition.
Thank you. We have another question, Supervisor Ryan.
Well, Patrice asked it, but no, actually, yeah. No, I was really curious about that also. I think it's, and just a note, it's a great opportunity as we're thinking about this because of all the skepticism. I thought we did a great job, but for public edification, we could think about maybe possibly while we're not in the middle of an election, tours of what our process is, knowing that we need to have security during our election. Yes, there's visibility we want that during the election, but it came up, I was down in Munns Park and we were talking about the elections coming up and noting how well we did, but a lot of people just don't really understand the process and how it really works. So if we take that opportunity with this warehouse over the year, I hope you guys are thinking about that so that we can build additional confidence in how our system currently works. He's sitting up in his chair. I think Whitney's doing a great job.
I'm here for.
All right. Yeah, thank you for bringing this up. We are actually very excited. Supervisor Horstman came to one of our tours. You guys are absolutely welcome to attend one with us. We are welcome to schedule that with you. We have, I believe it's next week, our political parties are going to be doing the tour with us. And then in September, we have one planned as well for the local jurisdictions on the November 23 ballot. So we are definitely doing at the moment, it's invite only as we're in the current facility. When we get over to our new facility, our intention is absolutely to extend an invite to the public. We're going to put it on our website and we're going to absolutely extend it to community organizations when we're out there. We're going to promote it as much as possible. We are very excited about it.
Very good. Great.
Supervisor Horstman.
I get very excited about elections, can you tell? So, and by the way, you all are doing a great job over there. And I would highly recommend for the board members to really get the tour. I couldn't believe the redundancy on top of the redundancy on top of the redundancy. It's extremely impressive. And quite frankly, I had no idea how complex it was because of that redundancy. So I would really highly recommend if you can get out there for the tour, it's really worth it. And I'm glad, I hope both political parties will get out and avail themselves of this tour because it's very impressive what you've done. And, you know, I think obviously one of the biggest things we do on the Board of Supervisors is to ensure and secure the voting process and the right to vote. And it is ultimately the Board of Supervisors' responsibility. And so I'm so pleased at the great job, once again, our staff does, makes us look good. And, you know, the fair, secure, and transparent voting process that we do here in Coconino County is really a testament to the dedication and commitment of the staff. And it's why we don't have a problem here in Coconino County. And we really appreciate all the dedication. You make it happen. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Vice Chair Begay.
Yes, Esler, your team, thank you so much. You're just right on task and making sure that, you know, we're secured and that, you know, everything's going to fall into place. And I'm very proud of Coconino County, you know, for the way they run their elections and making sure that everything's intact. So I just want to say thank you. And to the parties, we encourage both parties to do the tour also. And I'm interested in going on the tour. So just stick me in one of those days and I'm willing to go. So thank you. And thank you, staff. We do have a real good staff here in the Coconino County. And I'm so proud of them. And, you know, just they know their jobs inside out. And, you know, we don't have to really worry about it. And they come up with a lot of things that they want to recommend and make us consider, you know, through our decisions and stuff like that. So, and we're included. And one other thing that I want to do was once it gets closer to finalizing this, I guess my job is to go back out and to the communities that are Native and try to explain it in Navajo. So that, and then I do have a Hopi interpreter too. So, you know, we just get across, and then we do have Paiute. So I have Paiute friends that I can, you know, get them to do that. But it's very important that they get this information all around. So thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. And I just want to say that I really appreciate learning all the ways and the redundancies that your office is working to make sure that we have free and fair elections. That is important. You know, right now, this is going to be a hot topic. We're already getting, as mentioned before, emails and phone calls about how safe are our elections. And so
it's really important that we're sharing this information with the public so people understand just how safe our elections are and that there's no contestation or feeling that there might be something wrong with our elections or some corruption in our elections. Like the whole point of what your efforts are to make sure that we have free and fair elections. And so I really appreciate all that you've done, and I look forward to getting a tour of the warehouse.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, I wanted to also offer for the both chairs to kind of speak just a little and just say a couple of things if they can. So I wanted to invite Laura can come up first, and then William Culbertson, the chair for the Republican Committee, for the County Republican Committee, is also online. So hopefully he can also say something as well. Laura?
Thank you, Esler. Good afternoon, under monsoon skies. What have I done? Okay. I'm calling a do-over. All right, good afternoon, under monsoon skies. Thank you so much, Coconino County Board of Supervisors. I'm so Thank you so much for having all of us here, and congratulations to our new chair, Geronimo, and vice chair, Judy. And thank you to all of you, to our county manager, all of the staff for County Board of Elections for creating this opportunity for all of us to come together and really celebrate the heart of democracy and to be a part of protecting it. So I brought a little team with me here. We have Laura Hunicke, you've already met, who not only worked on the polling places task force, but is the secretary for the Coconino County Democratic Party and a committed worker for the whole county. Our county party events chair, Pamela Carter, and as we know, she's my sister, events chair is really important, but what's the most important event? The election, so she's fully on board, and our operations manager, Monique Fresquez, without whom we could not do the work that we do. So I stand before you today to say that the Coconino County Democratic Party commits our full and enthusiastic support for continuing our Coconino County's long, proud tradition of free, fair, secure, and universally accepted elections. We will do that by registering and educating voters, providing poll workers, distributing brochure that you've created so beautifully, and creating forums for candidates to meet and talk to their constituents. Democracy belongs to all of us, but it is all of our responsibility to protect it. And I know that my colleague in the Republican Party joins me to say that we are here for Coconino County. We will have, as always, a perfectly free, fair, secure, and accepted election. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
And I believe that I believe the chair for the Republican Party is going to be able to join virtually.
Can anybody hear me out there?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Well, pretty much I'm going to echo just what Laura said. She was absolutely right that the Republican Party is committed to full, free, fair, and accessible elections program, both for the short-term elections coming up and then, of course, in 2024. And I'm very glad to be able to visit with you all virtually. That's all I've got to say. Oh, one more thing. I do want to thank Esler and the Coconino County Elections Department for the excellent job that they always do.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman, if I could also make some comments, please.
Please proceed.
Elections here in Coconino County has always been a family affair. We engage every part of the organization across the board, all departments, and we've always done it that way, and it seems to work very well. That has occurred since I was the elections director back in the early 90s. I always have said, and to this day, I still say it even more so, being the elections director was the most stressful job I've ever had at the county because of all the pieces that go into it. There are a lot of moving parts that go into conducting an election. And for individuals, and we certainly want to make sure that the opportunity for the public to know all the dimensions of it, because it is a transparent, fair process. And I think, with regard to a lot of the experiences that elections departments have had, I'm a member of the County Managers Association, and during election time, we all talk about this. This is a very important part of it. I also am proud to say I went through the election certification training. I was sweating bullets that I would not pass, but I did pass. I know, so I'm a certified elections official. And I say that, of course, I'm proud of it, but also to know that when we have the conversations about what's happening operationally with the process, it takes a lot of discussions, not only within our office, the elections department, also the county recorder's office with regard to their statutory role, the county attorney's office. And so it goes on and on. Facilities, public works, in terms of transportation of equipment, we charter a helicopter to take equipment to the bottom of the canyon for Havasupai. Years and years ago, we had a department head, Bill Towler, who loved running. And so his task was to be the polling place person at the bottom of Havasupai. He would run the ballots out at night. And so we would always love those full moon evenings, but that's the kind of adventures that we've had in conducting elections in a pretty special place we call Coconino County. I'm very proud to work with the team here that Esler has assembled. I'm very proud to work with and partner with the county recorder's office with the work that they do. It's very important with regard to early voting as well as voter registration. And so again, we're very excited about the election center, AKA the elections warehouse, but it's not going to be called the warehouse. It's going to be the election center, which will house the entire team. Because right now we have the team split into 2 locations, out at the warehouse and upstairs here. And so when we do get the final touches on the election center, the entire team will be co-located together out at the new center. And so we're really excited by the facility itself, the design of it, the ability for transparency, not only physically, but also being able to have the cameras and by law, we have to be able to videotape and show activities that are happening in real time. And so this is very exciting. The work of the jurisdictions and the collaboration with the parties, it goes on and on and on. We're very proud to be able to provide the service to all of our residents. And so we look forward to working with the team, the board, and the jurisdictions in this upcoming election cycle.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Steve, could you note about, no, I'll be, I
I'll
know,
let you
wasn't
know
going to
about
talk
it.
about that one. No, just note the, how our employees fill
Yes.
in the gaps.
So we engage all of our employees on election day. We have election day troubleshooters, individuals in different positions here at the county. In addition to our poll workers, certainly our citizen volunteers that play a valuable role, we have our county staff that go to all of the polling places to make sure that they are there to help support the conduct of the election with regard to any troubleshooting, any problems that may occur. And so our staff is also engaged. But thanks for reminding me, Supervisor Ryan. Recruiting for poll workers is very important. I want to call out Mountain Sports last election cycle. They provided release time for employees to be poll workers. We'd love to replicate that everywhere. We're also going to be talking to our alliance partners, meaning the county, the city, FUSD, CCC. I talked about NAU, Mountain Line, to see if we can get, like we do here at the county, we will provide employees to be poll workers in addition to the compensation that they would receive that day. So that's a really important thing. I also want to say that one of my favorite poll workers when I was the elections director was the individual that now occupies the seat of District 3 Supervisor. So Matt Ryan was a poll worker when I was the elections director.
Steve was my first boss.
So it goes without saying, you should always be friends to the people. You never know when they're going to end up being your boss. So, but again, it's a pleasure to be supporting the department. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate those comments. To anybody else? Supervisor Horstman?
Question to ask you, and I'm not sure if you know, or Essler, if you do, what percentage do we have early voting? What percentage of our population?
Approximately 80% of the people
Voting.
in our county. have
80%.
voted early in the 2020 election. That number dropped a little slightly, but it's around that range, 78, 80%.
And then the other question I had is, do you have any idea when the Secretary of State may be coming out with any changes for the election process?
So the elections procedures manual is in the consultation phase. With the Secretary of State opened that to the public for comments, and then they are going to be transmitting that to both the Arizona the governor as well as the Attorney General for the final approval.
Any idea when?
Some of those changes are not like well, I don't want to get into like the changes because I think that's like still like work in progress, but they have created a elections procedure manual that is a little like slightly different than the previous one, that is like syncing in with like certain activities that the legislature has commented previously, and then they will also be providing some additional guidance for all the counties for uniformity of elections, maybe as appendixes or some other type of document in the future. Great, thank you. Are there Supervisor Ryan?
Yeah, actually, it looks like we're getting to the tail end here. One piece that I would hope that you'll talk about or work on the public education component is the cybersecurity, the separation, so that we don't have a threat to our equipment. A lot of people don't know that, but since that was one that bubbled up, it would be good to emphasize how it is protected. The whole certification process associated with it would be really good with that. Compliments to you and your team for what you're doing. We know also county recorder has a role in this also with the mail-in ballots. And as just you heard, you know, from 75 to 80% of the people really want to have mail-in ballots, and it's a part of our process legally. So thank you, Essler.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other questions for Essler before we move on to the next item? All right. Thank you, Essler. We really appreciate the presentation and your team for being here.
And Essler, I assume copies of the PowerPoint are being made available to both of the party chairs. Thanks.
And I'm just going to suggest before we continue to the next presentation, we take a 5-minute bio break. Thank you.
Steven?
All right, so we do have quorum, and so to respect everybody's time, we will get started. Next up is number 37, presentation, discussion, and update regarding zoning ordinance section 4.3 lighting standards, which protects the county's dark skies. An ordinance has been in place and modified since the 1980s, and an amendment to this section will bring the ordinance up to date with current technology to ensure that dark skies remain a resource to be enjoyed by county residents and visitors. With that, I'll hand it over to Community Development Assistant Community Development Director, Jess McNeely.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Vasquez, and, or good afternoon, excuse me, and supervisors. Again, I'm Jess McNeely with Community Development staff, and the purpose of this work session is to update you on our proposed dark sky lighting regulation changes, get your feedback, and then direction moving forward on moving forward to getting this adopted. As you know, the really short background on this is, as Chair Vasquez stated, dark sky lighting has been a section of our zoning ordinance since the 80s. This update really needs to address current technology and just changing needs. For example, if you want to consider the age of our current ordinance, it gives a prescribed recommended lighting technology of low pressure sodium. You can't even get replacement low pressure sodium parts or bulbs or fixtures these days. So we're of course moving on to LED is the preferred technology, and this ordinance speaks to that directly. So several of you will remember our work with the Joint Land Use Study, the JLUS or JLUS, depending on how you want to pronounce it. And of course, the county was the lead organization in that effort. We were joined by the city, the Naval Observatory, Flagstaff Station, and Camp Navajo Army National Guard facility in doing the JLUS, the Joint Land Use Study. The JLUS really directed these updates, and it directed several other things. The updates to the ordinance were made by a local group of stakeholders and experts, people in the dark sky community connected to the observatories, and they really are the experts in the field. Their focus and the time they took since 2019 to develop these proposed updates are really based on balancing the needs for the dark sky community, for the observatories, for what the community wants and needs, and balancing that with, of course, safety and security. So they feel that the product really does balance all of those values and important aspects. Of course, the JLUS prescribed that this ordinance, that the county's ordinance be the exact same ordinance as the city. So the city, what is in front of you as the draft ordinance, the city has adopted their version of this ordinance with a few very slight changes of things the city had to address, such as with the city's airport that is inside the city, or city's street lighting that is much more dense than what the county works with. So this is consistent as directed by the JLUS with the city's already adopted ordinance. They adopted their version of this ordinance within the past several months. The JLUS also directed us to share a lighting specialist position with the city. This is a person who does the permitting on the front end when you're going to install a new outdoor light. This person, the specialist, processes your permit, and then on the back end does code enforcement as well. So that position is in place, has been in place for some time, and is currently operating as the lighting specialist for the city and the county. All the more reason to have our ordinances exactly the same or as close as possible between the city and the county. I will point out that in addition to our director, Jay Crystalman, with us today, we also have Mark Stento. Mark Stento is our code enforcement supervisor for the community development department, but Mark formerly held that position as the joint position. So he really is our in-house expert on lighting and the regulation. He knows this code quite well. He was with those experts and stakeholders in developing this code. So if you run into any questions today that get very technical, I'm probably going to defer to Mark because he can answer those questions, and the rest of us really just kind of administer it and rely on the specialist. So when we look at the major changes proposed by this ordinance update, the first one is reducing 3 lighting zones down to 2 lighting zones by eliminating what we now refer to as Zone 3. The 3 lighting zones are based on the observatories that we're protecting. That includes Lowell Observatory, the Naval Observatory, Roden Crater, and the Discovery Channel Observatory. So zone 1 is all area within a 2.5-mile radius of those observatories. Zone 2 is everything beyond 2.5 miles. And then zone 3 is everything beyond 7 miles. And it is zone 3 that is proposed to be eliminated, and we would just go down to the 2 zones.
I have a question.
Sure.
So if zone 3 is eliminated, would that remove restrictions for lighting in that area?
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. Great question. Actually, what it does is it takes all of what was zone 3 and they become zone 2. So it actually increases restriction across the entire county. So really, instead of the areas closest to, say, within that 5 miles or that 7 miles of the observatories being more protected, it really spreads protection across the entire county.
Great. Thank you for that clarification.
So
Absolutely.
3 becomes 2.
Yes, 3 becomes 2, and we like 2 around here.
Oh, wait a minute. One is there too. Did you notice that?
So supervisors, the map in front of you that you see on the screen, zone 1 is that small radius, the very center of the donut, closest to those observatories, of course, in the far northeast on this map. That's where Roden Crater is. Farther south and to the west, that's where the Naval Observatory, near Naval Observatory, Lowell Observatory, and then to the south near Happy Jack, that is the Discovery Channel Observatory. So everything that you see within that smallest ring, 2.5 miles, that stays the same. That stays zone 1. The ring outside of the smallest ring, the second ring you see there, that is currently zone 2. The entire map becomes zone 2, and zone 3 is eliminated. Any questions on that?
Is that's consistent with what the city of Flag? I know this is outside the city, some of this anyway. So that's what the city has done to it.
Exactly. And obviously, they have a much smaller footprint to work with. More of the city is in 1 and 2 than the cases of the unincorporated county. So when we look at other major changes, as we mentioned earlier, the preferred lighting source would no longer be low pressure sodium. You can't even get those fixtures anymore. It will now be narrow spectrum amber LED. And the code gets very specific on what the peak wavelengths of this narrow spectrum amber LED is. That spectrum is between 589, 595 nanometers. Nanometer is a measure of brightness. So that's the kind of detail that this ordinance gets into. It's the kind of detail I don't work with on a regular basis. We let these specialists do it. Any questions on this change to LED and the measurement for narrow spectrum amber?
And we have the equipment to be able to figure this out.
We do. There's no exam.
Yeah.
If there was, I wouldn't be in this position.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, if I can comment.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, if going just for a moment, I'm good with this. I know what's going on here. But in terms of another point of note on the zones, that City of Flagstaff is working with us, but it doesn't specifically include the other incorporated communities, which we can work on an education component with those areas. So, nor tribal lands for that matter.
Very good point. And Chair Vasquez, and thank you, Supervisor Ryan. This is something, the smaller communities do reach out to us on a regular basis for us to help them with certain things. I get calls from Fredonia every now and then, wanting to figure out how to split land. So we are here to help them. We would encourage, I remember a few years back, there was some interaction with the city of Williams, trying to encourage them to adopt a similar dark sky ordinance. So generally speaking, I think the community speaks loudest on this item. The community loves it. They really like enjoying the dark skies. So hoping in those incorporated cities that don't already have the dark sky ordinance that we're here to help them. Heck, we're here to borrow it. There's no plagiarism in local government. So we would share it with them.
Yeah, and I would think Sedona probably has Gave them a heads up, but they probably. would not come
Absolutely.
over.
Yeah. So Sedona's is actually is pretty current and pretty effective. So other major changes, supervisors, are an increase in shielding standards. So this is a chart straight out of the draft ordinance that demonstrates in which scenarios in lighting zone 1 and lighting zone 2 you are required to have a fully shielded as opposed to a partially shielded or unshielded lighting. And here's a visual example of what fully shielding looks like in the left side image. Note you can't see a bulb at all. It's tucked up in there. All the light emitting from the bulb goes straight down. None of it obviously goes up into the dark sky, and none of it goes outwards. And then the image to the right would be a partially shielded. That shield goes partially down around the bulb. So again, the dark skies are protected and it doesn't go, the light will not be going up, but it does go out to a certain extent. So that's just an example of what we're talking about when we discuss fully and partial shielding. The other changes included in this ordinance update are really what we would consider maximum output. So the chart in the upper left-hand corner of this slide is our current ordinance. You will see it has lighting zones 1, 2, and 3 listed there. Of course, the proposed ordinance is taking that down just to 1 and 2, and it lists what the total output is as in lumens per acre. How many lumens per acre are you authorized as a property owner in different scenarios? The table in the lower right-hand corner is what that is being updated to. It gets a bit more detailed. It does narrow it down to eliminating zone 3, only lighting zone 1 and lighting zone 2. We will point out that the total lumens per acre is going down. And that is what this group of experts and stakeholders put a lot of time and effort into, is finding the right balance of what is working now. We know under our old code, you were allowed way more lumens than most people ever came close to using. People did not use that full lumen. So what is necessary? What do experts say is the right amount for safety and security and also still protect the dark sky? They really feel that they've hit a good balance. And of course, their ordinance, this ordinance went through the public process with the city, just as it's currently written, and through their public engagement process and their public hearing process, and had no problem going through. So we would see that, we are not hearing any outcries from the community that this reduction in lumens, total output lumens, is in any way negatively impacting anyone. When it comes to permitting, as we stated, all permits are run through the dark sky lighting specialist joint position held by shared by the city and the county. Permitting will stay the same, but it will be better aligned with the city, of course, being under the same ordinance. A separate lighting permit is required for all commercial or non-single family residential development. If you are going to install currently under our current code and no change under the proposed updated lighting ordinance, if you are a commercial property owner and you're adding another outdoor light to your property, you are required to get a permit, a lighting permit for that light. That's how we ensure that it complies with our code. Single family residential properties, when you build a single family home on your own lot, under the current code and under the proposed code, you are still not required to get a separate lighting ordinance. However, you still fall under the code. A complaint-driven code enforcement request could determine that you are not in conformance with this code and then have to come in conformance with this code. Likewise, as we move forward with this slightly more restrictive code, we will be training our building inspectors when they are doing their field checks out on site. When they see a light that they know is not compliant with this ordinance, then they can be letting property owners know then and there. This really has not been a problem for us on the large acreages in the unincorporated county. So there hasn't been a problem that needed solutions in this manner. So we are still continuing with the process and the method of not requiring a outdoor lighting permit on single family properties.
Supervisor Horstman.
Matt, I think you were working on this with ADOT and just street lighting. Are you going to get into that, or?
Actually, thank you, Supervisor Horseman. Almost called you Chair Horseman. It's been happening all day. This ordinance does not speak to public-owned right-of-way, and it does not speak to the government entities who manage that public-owned right-of-way. It is stayed silent on that. So ADOT, I know, does partner with the city and the county and really works with partnering with the city and the county, but this does not apply, just like the entire zoning ordinance does not apply to ADOT right-of-way. Likewise, this does not apply to ADOT right-of-way.
If I may, Mr. Chair, just to follow up though, but what has come about through the process leading to this ordinance is a cooperative relationship with the state, which we had a hard time getting while they're looking with it. They are in conversations predominantly with the city, since most of the streetlights are in the city. It was part of the outcome of the sleds, so to speak, conversations, but what about the federal highways? ADOT would be the primary on it. They have test sites like by the Naval Observatory on Route 66, or actually I should say I-40, the interchange there. So they are in a more cooperative approach. So it won't fall under this ordinance, but it has a relationship.
So thank you. Like everything under the zoning ordinance, a property owner who developed at any point in time legally through the permitting process with an ordinance that was with an existing ordinance at that point in time, those property owners retain what we call legal nonconforming rights, commonly called grandfathered rights. Okay, so there will be many property owners out there whose lighting does not conform to this ordinance, and they will retain, they don't have to go out and change their fixtures. They do retain their legal nonconforming use rights. That's pretty baked into almost all zoning ordinances and pretty well baked in from the state statutes that enable zoning ordinances. If a property increases by 25% or more, what we would consider intensity of use on the property, increasing number of dwelling units, increasing number of parking spaces, number of parking lights in this case, any 25% increase in use will require that the entire site now come in conformance with the updated ordinance. Likewise, a 25% increase in lumens above what they currently have in their legal nonconforming or grandfathered state, that will require the entire site now coming into conformance with the ordinance. That exists for a good reason, and really another problem, not looking for a solution. It has worked fine for us in the past. So we did take this to the Planning and Zoning Commission, likewise in a work session recently. I believe it was a month before last. Overall, the Planning and Zoning Commission, several of whom had been involved with some of the draft language of this ordinance, but they were very supportive of updating the ordinance, very supportive of having it mirror the city's ordinance. They really felt that the expert and stakeholder group did a great job of balancing all of the needs and values there, and they feel that this ordinance will be effective. There was one concern expressed that we noted at the Planning and Zoning Commission study session, that the updated ordinance does not grant additional motion sensing lumens in Zone 1. It does grant additional motion sensing light lumens in Zone 2. The old ordinance did allow for this in Zone 1. That was a choice that was made by the working group when this ordinance was drafted. And generally speaking, most properties that are in Zone 1, they can have motion sensing lighting. They just have to stay within the cap of Zone 1. Again, not a problem that's out there looking for a solution. We have not seen these scenarios where this will cause a problem, and it has worked fine for the city so far in their test runs. So the Planning and Zoning Commission, of course, was supportive in moving forward with this work session with you all. So our proposed process moving forward, and we would like your comments and we would like your direction and confirmation on this process. We would like to conduct some public outreach on this update. We have a system through our website called Conveo, where we can post this draft ordinance at our website. We will let the public know. We'll use some press releases and try and all the other methods that the county does have to reach out to the public, letting them know that the draft ordinance is available online for comment and seeking comment. The system we have, any member of the public can go into this online system and make a comment straight onto the ordinance. So you're not just getting an email saying, oh, I do like it, I don't like it. They can make a comment on this exact paragraph, line, verse, says this, and I think it should be changed. So it's a great system for getting comments. We've been using the same system for some time. So we would like to get public comments, do outreach, get public comments, and then if necessary, conduct additional Planning and Zoning Commission study sessions and another Board of Supervisors work session if there are substantive public suggestions that staff feels needs to come back to the decision makers with input from the public. And once that process, get that feedback loop with the public is completed, we then would like to schedule a public hearing for the draft ordinance to go in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission for their recommendation to you all, and then ultimately to the Board of Supervisors for public hearing and adoption. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Do we have any further questions? Supervisor Ryan.
Not so much questions as comments, and just thoughts associated with it. You know, absolutely, you know, we've reached this point. We've been waiting on this for a while. A lot of the public knows about it, but I think it's important that we do the outreach to conclude. By the same token, it did take a level of expertise. A lot of it is in relation to our astronomical or astrophysics, the whole community out there. But it goes beyond. It's a soft industry, but a very important industry. It's a national security component with Naval Observatory, as well as the interferometer, which we also have strong participation with Lowell Observatory with that. But beyond that, the community has been, we have a strong advocacy for dark skies in our broader community here. You can see most of the zones are actually beyond the city limits, although the city was the primary area for this. You know, I hope that we've been waiting almost a couple years, really, knowing that we wanted the city to go forward with it before we would try and replicate the same ordinance. I hope we can do that. It's important to hear the public on what's going on, but the sooner we can get it done would be good too. I feel as though we kind of like we did with short-term rentals. What do we have, about a month or something like that we put it out there? Put it out there, allow for that public comment, but bring it back for a hearing for an update on the ordinance would be my suggestion that I hope we would all agree on. And then, you know, it's important just to, you know, one is, you know, I want to compliment all the work, Jess, that you've, even when you went away, you came back, Jess, but the work you did prior, and Jay and Mark especially. Oh my gosh, we went to, so National Astronomers Conference. Who's the rock star? He was over there, you know, they were all, you know, how do you do this? You know, that kind of thing. So Mark did a great job when he was in the position of lighting enforcement education component, bringing corporate level, which took many months or over a year to bring work with Target, to work with Kohl's, just to give an example of it crosses over the boundaries. And yet also worked with our other communities, the unincorporated area, when we get complaints or when we have applications now. I believe it's, is it Rachel, I think is our new enforcement officer? Jess. Janice. Oh, see, I always get names so off that, but look forward to her continue work on that, and then hopefully with the new ordinance provided we adopted in the future. The shared position is a critical position associated with it for future boards. It's important we share it with the city. It's not get in spats on who has what portion. I think it complements each of us, and to be honest with you, by having that position, it has enabled us to actually get a lot more grants, federal grants, because we're protecting the mission of the Naval Observatory, which is really critical for national, world economy, national security. So knowing that we have that in our backyard, it's important that we protect that asset associated with that. The idea of expanding Zone 2 is fantastic. A lot of this actually came about, believe it or not, through a conference that we had prior to J. Lewis that we used a grant from FMPO to take a look at this. We had a conference that came together. It got everybody sitting down at the table, really brought the experts in, and as noted, when Judy said, do we have to take a test with it? We don't want any tests from the astronomers. Don't, you know, it's like talking to the hydrologist and each piece of their formulas that they're using out there. So it's a really good thing. And I like what's here. I would agree with, staff recommendations to try as stay as consistent as possible with what has been developed, but we do need to hear from the public. And so those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Any other comments by board members? Supervisor Horstman.
Quite frankly, leader on the whole dark skies movement and protecting it for a lot of our naval institution in Lowell. And I really appreciate that and your hard work on this, Matt. So it's great to see it coming forward. And it is very exciting. And thank you, Jess and Jay and Mark. I don't know how you do it. And, for all of your work on this. I assume you've all been working with the Dark Sky Coalition, and they've had an opportunity to take a look at this as well. And I'm assuming they're on board as well. And, I know they've got a fairly extensive website, which is, I love. Not only does it give you a star chart if you really want a star chart, but it also makes recommendations on lighting recommendations and for residential lighting recommendations. And, I assume that we are continuing to partner with the Dark Sky Coalition, and they might be a good, not only resource, but maybe kind of as part of our public comments and public outreach is to, also partner with them to get the word out on this. And as you say, this is a tremendous amount of sophistication. Quite frankly, the whole lighting elements are substantially more sophistication than certainly I have. But there are a lot of people within the Dark Sky Coalition that have that level of sophistication. And it would be great to reach out to them and have them help us also with our public outreach. I agree with everything Supervisor Ryan said in terms of going forward. I'm totally consistent with that. I think it's a great idea. Our dark skies are really important to us here in Coconino County and in Flagstaff. And I look forward to moving forward on this and getting this done. So thank you. And thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Vice Chair Begay.
I just want to say that thank you for all the hard work that everybody's done on this ordinance. And I think it's only appropriate to really involve the people out there to get their input into any ordinance that we develop as Board of Supervisors. And it comes before us for approval. And so that's just the only comment I want to make, that it is critical to have it and community involvement in these ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Begay. And I just want to comment that I really appreciate seeing how this ordinance is going to expand protections, remove Zone 3 and maintain Zone 2 for the rest of the county. I think that's to our advantage, as we've seen. Dark skies are a resource and something that people come to Coconino County to experience. And so it's great that we're protecting that resource for our county. So thank you for all your hard work and look forward to getting on with the public hearing as that process comes forward. Thank you. All right, next up, let's see, we get the Board of Supervisors will resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors?
So move.
Do I have a second? Thank you. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. 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 All right, we are now the Flood Control District. We have one item to discuss. Item 38, presentation, discussion, and update on current projects, future projects, and financials related to long-term flood mitigation efforts in the Schultz Pipeline flood areas, and an update on the Community Wildfire Defense Program and the Forest Restoration Initiative. Flood Control District Administrator Lucinda Andriani, will present.
Video.
Does a good job on everything. Good.
Yep. So we're actually 15 minutes ahead of schedule, so we're doing well. So we have this time. Oh, no.
I'm sure the Flood Control District Director can make up for. That's what I just said. Great, thanks, Sean. What? All right. All right, good afternoon, Chair, and congratulations, Chair and Vice Chair. That's exciting and great to move forward here. Today, Lucinda Andriani serves as Deputy County Manager and Flood Control District Administrator, and today we have an update on the long-term flood mitigation efforts. And then Jay Smith, our Forest Restoration Director, is going to both provide an update on forest restoration, but importantly, Also on the Community Wildfire Defense Program grant that we're pursuing. And so I know that's something that's been of a lot of interest to the board. And so that'll be taking place today as well. So with that, we're going to jump in. First and foremost, we want to share with you, I think most of you are aware that we had about a 3-inch in an hour rainfall event on Sunday, July 30th. And then the two most northern watersheds, Thames, Brandis Way, and then Lennox Wupaki trails. And probably everyone remembers that last year, in particular, Wupaki trails was very, very heavily impacted by the 45 flood events. I think a significant number affected that neighborhood in that area. And so we have some videos to show you. But first, here's the data from J.E. Fuller in terms of what was recorded in the gauges that day. And you'll see when you look at the 60 minutes that we've got, again, about 3 inches in an hour. And so some pretty intense rainfall, about 2 inches in 30 minutes. So this is a far greater set of rainfall events than we saw at all last year. Much, much greater. These events were considered 100-year events, 100-year rainfall events. And so really got a chance to test. As you know, we had invested significantly in both of those corridors, particularly Wupaki trails, with upsizing the channel and moving to Shot Creek Channel and Wupaki trails, as well as installation of a storm drain, 72-inch storm drain pipe, as well as a significant amount of money and investment made on forest, which once again, this event proved that is the game changer. It's the on-forest measures that make the real difference. And obviously, though, you still have to have a system to still capture the water that comes off the forest and takes that safely through the neighborhoods. And this really, once again, confirmed the need for the on-forest work as well as the need for an integrated system. So got a couple of videos here. This is from Highway 89. This was taken by Alan Hayden with Natural Channel Design. He's up on 89. He's looking down at the alluvial fan that's just above the neighborhood. And I'm going to actually probably run this twice because it's very quick, but so you can understand kind of what's taking place. Here you can see, I'll run the video, but you can see that the flood path is consuming, most of that area, that fan. You can see there is an area there that still is available. We did still have quite a bit of capacity in this system, thankfully. That was a great thing to see as well. So you can see it's moving down. The water's doing exactly what it's supposed to, spread out, slow down, drop out, sediment. It's the terminal trench there that you can see flow goes to the left down the channel that was reconstructed. You can see off to the left. And then if you come back and let's go back. Sorry. Go back one more. Oh, there we go. Let's try this again. So again, if you watch it this time, you'll see that a flow goes to the left down the channel. Flow goes down to the right to the storm. Design that terminal trench and the systems there. Now there's a very large fan to the south there as well on the west side of it, that the storm drain system there, and it worked exceptionally well. It divided the water appropriately between the two systems, and all the work on forest. We've got 4 fans that have been restored, 2 right here at the neighborhood, 2 above, as well as a lot of grade control in the channel. I think we've got upwards of 1 mile to 2 miles of grade control. And that had a tremendous made a tremendous difference. And again, you'll see now the next video. this is the channel they're at, Los Angeles. And you can see this is water coming down the channel. You can see there's some debris. I'll tell you, this is a fraction of the debris that they were seeing last year. So you can see that all the large debris was captured. A little bit there.
It smells so good.
So this is going through the box culvert, and you can see we've got a little what's called freeboard in the channel as well.
Made the corner all right.
So there it goes flowing downstream. So I'm out there. Just really exciting to see this work and frankly, to be out there with the community. Now, this is the storm drain inlet. They had literally completed this the Tuesday prior to the Sunday. So made the connection with the pipes, and here. You have to have a lot of elevation change there at the storm drain to keep everything moving through all the way through the system. You want that to move, keep moving through. So very successful. People were just thrilled. And I wanted to share this with you. One of the residents out there that we've worked with, actually a number of these people lived all through Schultz as well. And they took this picture and sent it to me and said, thank you for everything. And, I wanted to share that with you because it's been your leadership and your willingness to support these efforts that bring this about. And for them to be able to stand there and not be stuck in their yards in 2 feet deep mud and trying to figure out what to do next, the level of relief and was just pretty amazing. I mean, there were tears, there was laughter. Everybody was really excited to see this work. And clearly this, we can have larger events and they can overwhelm the system, but it certainly performed very well. So that's really exciting. So now to jump in.
I have a quick question.
Yes,
please.
sure.
Thank you. So I know that on this chart you showed us before, it said it was a 100-year event. So what level was the mitigation built for?
It was actually designed for 25 years. So, and frankly, probably a little bit less than that. The engineering on this corridor was really challenging. I think we ran the no adverse impact at least 15 times to really try to nail down how to split the flows between the two systems and really mimic what it's doing naturally to a large extent so that you don't exceed the criteria for no adverse impact. So yeah, it was really challenging, but I think a couple things played into it. We can't model the reduction in flow off the forest very accurately at this point. We're actually working with Arizona Geological Survey and Jay Fuller on a study to try to better do that. So I think we saw a lot less water than we would have expected to see in a 100-year event. So the modeling is always conservative as a result of that, which is a good thing. That's a good thing. The second is that the very upper reach of that watershed, the Lennox watershed, did not get a lot of rainfall. Just the next pixel down in terms of the radar, the next area down, it got a lot of rainfall. I mean, just right adjacent was the hot pink, which is like the greatest rainfall, right? And so it was very interesting pattern where we had this band of very heavy rainfall, but it didn't hit the very top. So, we could have a worse event if that all hit up higher. You could actually potentially see more, more flow. It also we'd had a fair amount of rain in this watershed prior. So, but I wouldn't say it was fully saturated. So that's the other thing that plays into this. So, but even with all that, to manage about a 3-inch event, 100-year event, and that time frame is pretty amazing. So it, you know, I think we can expect it to perform certainly in many of the events that we would experience out there.
Thank you. Supervisor Horstman.
And by the way, this is another incredible success story of this county. And we really cannot overstate what a success story this has been for the county.
No, it's for the.
And within a year of the fires, we were able to obtain over $90 million in federal funding. Board of Supervisors made a commitment to millions of dollars more, got the engineering and the designs done. We got the boots on the ground, and the vast majority of the flood mitigation work got done before the monsoons. And when we were out in these community meetings and you were telling people, we're going to get these projects done before the monsoons, I go, oh no. It was tight. We were very fortunate. It was a little late monsoon. That helped too. But no, this is truly a success story. Thank you. We have an amazing team, and everybody stayed very focused, and we have an incredible contractor in Tiffany. I didn't get one complaint from anyone in the neighborhood. And I had told people, you know, leave Mike alone. Call me if you have problems. Because Mike needs to get his job done, Mike Garrison with Tiffany. And I didn't get one phone call. And that's because they also take care of the people. They communicate, they tell people what they're doing, why they're doing what they're doing. They got held up on a couple occasions because of the pipe delivery thing, and they communicate with people and they keep people informed. People are, you know, yeah, people are just exceptionally appreciative out there for everybody's efforts, including your efforts. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Begay.
Yes, thank you, Lucinda, for this report. I commute every now and then from home to come here.
Mhm.
I came down the summit and it had just rain, and I could just see the water going down, and I parked right next to where that culvert starting.
Yeah.
I sat there and I thought, I wonder if it's gonna go over or not. And I waited for like 35 to almost 40 minutes, and it was still the same constant level. And I
Yeah.
thought, and I was so proud of the staff and we as board members. I thought, wow, you know, that thing
Yeah.
stopped. But now you're saying that the upper one didn't do anything. So I'm thinking, okay.
Well, it's still got a
But
lot.
nonetheless, you know, nonetheless, that's a success story, and I'm really greatly appreciative of the staff. It's something that is, a lot of things can get done in this way, and I just see it and I sit there. I actually just thought to myself, then I went down below and I talked to a couple of friends. They said, we are so lucky. Thank Coconino County staff and Board of Supervisors. So, you know, people appreciate that, and they were happy to see that. And if they said if that wasn't there, then it would have done more damage again.
Yeah,
So that
they-
was good. And I stood there, I sat there in the vehicle until see how far it would go.
Yeah.
And it maintained. I was so happy. And I went on a 55-mile-per-hour zone. I was going 65.
Yeah, right. Don't
Okay,
tell
thank you.
anybody.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And again, to see the relief and people, you know, of what, because they're watching the gauges, you know, when they come outside, they know what's going on. And to see that relief is just really important to understand how much impact, and they get how much impact it would have had. So
If I could just state what thing I noticed from the chart you gave us, but also just in general, it's really nice that last year, whenever there was a flooding event, we had 9 watersheds that we had to worry about. And this year, based on the mitigation holding, it's been really nice to only have to be dealing with 2 or 3 watersheds at a time instead of 9. And so,
yeah, for
you know,
sure.
that's been great job to you and your team, and to thank you to Tiffany and everybody involved, because it was a Herculean effort.
Yeah, that's right. It
And,
was.
you know, the monsoons came later as we needed them to. And so it allowed us to finish that mitigation. And I just look forward to seeing the future mitigation get implemented as we slowly but surely heal the impacted areas and reduce the threat of floods in those areas. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we're excited about now taking this forward to the 3 other corridors that remain to be mitigated. And we're hopeful that people see this and go, okay, I need to get on board. I need to support this, you know. So I'm just going to kind of do a quick recap here. Some of this information's been shared with you through our individual meetings as well, but the cost to date, both through last fall and this spring projects, is a little over 18 million. I want to note, in terms of getting the work done, we didn't actually get the money till almost mid-April, right? That was the challenge. And we did have to jumpstart some engineering to ensure that we would still get it done. And that was a cost to the district, but we calculated out just that event on the 30th, we probably would have spent 3 to 4 million last year in responding. So we saved that already. So that was important. This is the spring projects well, it's actually fall and spring, it should say, projects list. And you can see that most, if not all, the projects, I think now at this point, both the Lennox watershed, they've got a little bit more work to do up there on a stock tank, and the storm drain is complete now. They're doing a little bit of cleanup, but beyond that, everything's completed out there. And now we're moving, and I'll talk about, we're moving to the next corridors. These are the totals broken down. The On Forest Good Neighbor Authority Agreement total costs were about 6 million. The Off Forest NRC related costs about 6.8 million. And then the district costs, again, this is for the spring and fall projects, was about $5.5 million. So, and then that map shows you the breakdown of where the expenditures took place. Note that these 5 corridors or 6 corridors, 5 of the 6 had mitigation post Schultz. So we took advantage of that to mobilize those resources and get those projects done. Now we can focus on the 3 that did not have mitigation post Schultz: Copeland, Peaceful Way, and Government Tank. In addition, we did the plug and spread project on the Schultz Creek watershed, comes into 180 on the west side of Flagstaff. Important asset to the city's detention facilities there. Recent rainfall event that performed really well as well. We'll talk about what else is coming forward here. So now the next set of projects, what's remaining in terms of the projects. As I just indicated, the 3 major corridors that were not mitigated post Schultz, and then the Schultz Creek Phase 2, as well as Campbell Watershed Phase 2. And I'll walk through these fairly quickly, but certainly interrupt me if you have any questions, and we can come back to it as well if we need to. Copeland corridor, we're actually probably closer to 40 to 50% of the engineering in that corridor. The goal is to try to do the utility relocations to whatever degree those are needed late this fall, and then move into construction, this coming early winter, spring, as soon as weather will permit. We've got good cooperation there. So we're working through that process. We will be, the board approved, 2 weeks ago, fan work above the 420 road, and that is now underway. They're about 30% complete. That not only helps to mitigate impacts downstream, but also to the roadway itself. And then 420 to the forest boundary, that will be dependent. That area on forest is still dependent on securing the drainage easements from the property owners downstream, because if we do that work, we have to have somewhere for the water to go through the neighborhood. And so, and people are aware well of this. We repeat this requirement, and every time we meet and communicate that we will need those drainage easements. And Chris Duza will be has begun to meet with people, and will continue to be meeting with people over the next couple of weeks to get, hopefully secure their agreement to the plan. Right now, the intention in this corridor, actually in all three corridors, we're looking very closely at the option to utilize storm drain pipe, much like we did in Wupaki Trails. It's cheaper and it obviously has a lot less impact on the property owners. They're not trying to deal with a 30+ foot wide channel going through their property, and it would be a lot less costly to the district because road crossings, so crossing driveways, crossing roads, both private, well, the private roads, they don't cover, NRCS does not cover that cost. So that's an ineligible cost. So it's actually a benefit to us from a cost perspective as well. And the manufacturer of the pipe, at least one of them, that we've been in communication with, actually will probably come on site and actually manufacture all this pipe on site. That will be something to see. Because it's going to be very large pipe. Peaceful Way, we're probably about 2 to 3 weeks behind the process in Copeland. We're probably more like at about 30% engineering. Took us a little longer to get the rights of entry, but we have secured all those. We're moving forward. Again, they'll be starting to meet with the individuals in the community. And again, we will need those drainage easements to both do work within the neighborhood and on forest above the neighborhood. So, and then the biggest and most complex project that we're going to undertake is Government Tank, the flood corridor furthest to the south, that which ultimately flows into Donny Park. We're trying to avoid that because mitigating in Donny Park would be extremely challenging and expensive. We're probably now at about 15% engineering there. We have secured, I think, all but maybe 1 or 2 of the rights of entry that we need there. And we're moving ahead with the engineering there as well, working again with the property owners. And our goal is on all 3 corridors is to have this mitigation done by monsoon 2024. This corridor, that will be challenging. We may end up constructing on the east side of the highway and then having to move back across for the fall of 2024. But right now we're trying to push really hard to get this all done. So, but it's a very complex situation with detention and channels and or storm drain and a lot of different properties involved. It's a complex process. So then, as I mentioned, another project upcoming, they'll probably start this in September, is construction on a fan up in the Campbell watershed up above the 420 road. We've NCD identified some additional work that we could do there to help reduce flood impacts downstream and to the road. So that GNA or that GMP, guaranteed maximum price, will likely come to the board. That's one of the reasons for the special meeting in September, potentially on September 15th, and appreciate your flexibility around that. Is for this project, we want to keep projects moving forward so that the contractor, preferably they hire, they have to lay off, we want to keep them moving forward. It's much more cost efficient for everyone if we can do that, and much quicker. That's right. And you never know how long winter will last. So the more we can get done this fall, the better, so the sooner we can get easements, the sooner we can get work done. And Tiffany's pretty convinced that they can work well into winter, even through winter, on a great deal of the on forest work. So.
Yeah, I have a comment. Lucinda, it's a good question. For the Campbell on forest construction of land above 420 road, what other projects or tasks is going to be involved?
We actually already completed the other projects in the Campbell corridor. That corridor was mitigated post Schultz, and we deepened the channel from the northern section of the channel within the neighborhood from Alice up to the forest boundary, and we did shotcrete that. So we expanded the capacity of that channel quite a bit. and then did a lot of work upstream on Forest below the 420 road, between the 420 road and the neighborhood. So, but that work is all done. So this is the remaining piece in that corridor. You bet. And then Schultz Creek again over on the west side, we'll be constructing phase 2 this fall as well. And that is in the very narrow, steep channel above the plug and spread. So as those people that have gone through Schultz Pass on the road, most people have, you'll know as you go up through there, it's a very narrow, steep channel. There's a lot of erosion, a lot of dead and down in that area, and they'll be focusing on that. That's a lot of work. I think we have something like over 40 grade control structures planned for that area. So that will make a significant reduction in sediment going into the detention basin and should allow that basin to function much more effectively. And the downstream mitigation that the city's investing, upwards of $9 million, $10 million. So Parkway sediment basins, this is actually under the museum, within the museum flood area, not Schultz pipeline, but we will be, as you know, we constructed the first of 3 basins this last spring. We'll be coming back this fall and constructing 2 additional smaller basins there. Cost estimate there is about $2 million. We're getting ready to go out to get cost proposals from our JOC and should have those in hopefully early to mid-September and then start work in October. And that's to support, again, downstream measures that the city's investing in. Will be starting the Grandview project where they're inverting the roadway in Grandview to convey about 300 CFS of water down the roadway. And so that's the first of that set of projects. Also, they have a whole set, $26 million worth of projects planned for that area from Linda Vista all the way down to Killeb School. So. All right.
Is that part of the wedge? What we hear is the wedge. That's part of that.
The wedge, you'll see right now, they've taken down a number of the trees. It's actually just in the short term is going to serve as a construction staging for the Grandview project. And then I think the plan is later this spring or next fall, they will then actually construct the detention facility. Bless you. I hope that they can construct it before the next monsoon, because that additional detention basin there will be valuable to the whole system. So, and that's in concert with a storm drain that will take the water from Linda Vista over to that detention facility, and then a storm drain that will take it back to the channel that goes through the Sunnyside area. So they also are going to be expanding the channel between the culvert at Linda Vista all the way down the channel, all the way down to all the way down to the condos there at by Killeb. So that's a big project. So any questions on any of the projects upcoming or what information I covered? If not, I'll turn it over to Sean to discuss some of the financials.
I did have a question about the Copeland corridor. I know that
Sure.
when I had done the tour on the Lennox watershed with Tiffany, it had been mentioned that if the weather permitted, there might be some on-forest work done up on that corridor. And I couldn't tell from the slide if that work had actually happened or if that's still pending, waiting to start in this August.
It actually has started. And so that is restoring an alluvial fan just above the 420 road, a large fan area there. So that work is underway. They're about 30% complete now with that fan restoration.
Great. And would you attribute that to the reduction in the intensity of some of the water coming down that watershed this summer?
Well, the fact that we're actually able to get in there and do the work does reflect that we haven't had a lot of rainfall. It's not, they have to be conscious and want to mire down, big equipment, very big. They have a very big D9 Caterpillar bulldozer that creates these, that restores these big fans, and it's very heavy, so it can get mired down. So it is a benefit that we've had a lighter monsoon, that they can get in there now. Otherwise, they probably would have had to wait another month or so.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, no, it's great to be getting that done. It isn't, there's still a lot more work to do on Forest there. It's not the complete answer of what needs to get done, but it's a great start if we can get that checked off this now versus later.
Great, thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board? No? Okay.
Great. Thank you. I'll turn it over to Sean.
Okay, thank you, Lucinda. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Again, my name is Sean Puyama. I serve as the business manager for the Flood Control District. And what I would like to go over today is just kind of start with a brief financial overview of the long-term mitigation that the Flood Control District is doing. To really start, I kind of want to go over just the different partners that we have. You're going to hear a lot about partnership. We work with a lot of our partners with a lot of this work, and really it wouldn't have happened if we didn't have that strong partnership. To start, we do have the U.S. Forest Service through the Good Neighbor Authority Award. That team works on all of the work being done on forest. So anytime you hear on forest, that's what we're referring to, is that particular award. The second group is NRCS, which has been instrumental in all of the neighborhood mitigation work, especially up in Wapaki Brandis. Lucinda made reference to the fact that the event that happened on the 30th, just by knowing what the cost of damages were in previous events, a lot of that work really saved us a big chunk of emergency response costs because it worked so well. Another key partner that we have that is really instrumental and part of the NRCS partnership is the Department of Forestry and Fire Management. They're important because what they're doing is they're actually supporting through providing state funding to cover the NRCS match. So when we talk about the $40 million that we've been awarded through the NRCS, there is that 25% match. DFFM is supporting the district and the county with that cost. And then lastly, we do have the Flood Control District, who is managing a lot of those ineligible costs. So those are costs that aren't covered by any of the state or federal funding sources. And with the work that's being done, as quick as it's being done, there are costs that do come up that weren't planned for or allocated for when we had made the original request to the Forest Service or to NRCS. So that's where the district has been partnering with the county as a whole. And that's where that general fund loan that we've taken in really kind of helps and comes into play for those projects. The other partner that isn't on here that I kind of wanted to mention is the Protect grant. That's a grant that we recently submitted, I think about a week ago. That is through the Federal Highways Administration, and that's for $20 million. That, along with working with the Arizona State Department of Transportation, we were able to get the AZ Smart grant to cover the match for that particular grant. And if that grant is awarded, we will be coming back to the board to accept that, request approval to accept that award. So to start, I kind of want to go over the U.S. Forest Service Good Neighbor Authority update. This is something that we did share with each of the board members individually. This slide does show kind of what our estimated costs were going into fall and spring. These costs were, we came up with in late summer, early fall. These were estimates on what we thought the work on forest would cost. And it's highlighted by the red box. And the original GNA estimates for these 6 watersheds was about 14.8 million. That's what we thought the cost would be to go in, do the engineering and do the construction. As of today, actually, I take that back. As of the end of fiscal year 23, the cost that actually came in is 5.9 million. So roughly 6 million. So well under what we estimated. This is good news because the remaining funds that we have left in the award is going to be able to be allocated to those other watersheds. So as we start to do work in these watersheds in Copeland and Peaceful, that's where those funds can come into play. And we can definitely use that to offset any higher estimates that we have.
Now, the next slide I wanted to go over is talking about the NRCS awards. Now, in the past, we've kind of talked about three separate buckets. We've talked about the government tank bucket. We've talked about what we called Copeland and Peaceful, and then also Wapaki and Brandis. And one of the things we wanted to do is clarify that we have actually received two separate awards from NRCS. One was for what's called the NRCS Pipeline EWP Award, and that covers the four watersheds of Wapaki, Brandis, Copeland, and Peaceful. And the reason that we ended up splitting it up was because when we had gotten the award, the funding was not available through NRCS to actually start the work. So we were able to reach out, work with NRCS. And again, that's where that partnership is so important. We were able to work with them, and they were able to find funds that weren't being used by Gila County, that we were able to allocate right away so that we can get work started immediately. And that's where that bucket for Wapaki Brandis came into play, but it's really a portion of the pipeline EWP award. So we've gotten those two awards. The other award is the government tank. That's specifically for the government tank corridor. That is a separate award, and that is going to fund all the work done in the neighborhoods for government tank. So as we look at the work that was done this past fiscal year, looking at Wapaki and Brandis, the original award that we got from NRCS was about 9.5 million. So as we went into construction and did the engineering, the total actual construction cost as of the end of fiscal year 23 is about 6.5 for construction and 175,000 for technical assistance or engineering cost. Now, as Lucinda mentioned earlier, the reason that that's a little bit low is because we actually started the engineering before the award was actually awarded and before we could start using the NRCS funds, because we wanted to get things started right away. We wanted to make sure that we could get our engineers in there to do what they needed to do to start construction as soon as funding became available. And so most of those engineering costs were picked up by the district. And in a future slide, you'll see that that has been allocated to the general fund loan. That's where those costs were covered by for that TA piece. But as we start cleaning up and doing the final pieces for Wapaki and Brandis, we are seeing that the technical assistance cost is going up a bit. So overall, the cost for the Wapaki Brandis piece came into about 6.7 million. That leaves about 15.4 million left for the NRCS pipeline award. So this is not touching the government tank award. This is solely for those four corridors of Wapaki, Brandis, Copeland, and Peaceful. The next slide goes over what we estimated some of the fall projects and early spring projects to cost. Now, these projects were the projects that we were ready to go with, that we weren't waiting for federal funding to necessarily get started with. So these were all costs covered by the district. One of the big costs that was covered by the district afterwards was the Wapaki Storm Drain Project. And you'll see on this slide that those costs as well are coming in under in some of the projects, while some of them did come in a little bit over. So it kind of balanced out. But overall, in the end, the total cost of the district is about 5.5 million. So to kind of recap, for the on-forest work, again, the work that's covered by the Forest Service, we're looking at a total of about 5.9 million. Off-forest in the neighborhood, the NRCS total amount is about 6.7, and the total cost to the district is about 5.5 million, totaling about 18.2 million total to what the district has expended as of FY23. Now, the next slide I wanted to go over was recapping a little bit about the general fund loan. As I mentioned, the board of directors did approve a $15.5 million general fund loan to the flood control district to help support with emergency response costs, as well as any ineligible costs that weren't covered by federal or state funding. The cost for emergency response was about 9 million. Now on this slide, you'll see that we have an amount of 6.4 million, and that's because 2.8 million of it was covered by NRCS through their exigency award. The remainder of these costs are costs that were not eligible for federal funding or state funding. So these were costs charged to the district. They include some of the forest berm work that was done in the fall, as well as some of the administrative costs for the district. namely, legal expenses and other costs like doing the hydrology modeling, as well as public and community outreach. And then at the very bottom, you'll see what we're calling encumbered costs. These are costs that were essentially set aside as part of our purchase order process that were not spent. They're basically, we have a PO for 100,000 and we've only spent 60,000. There's still that 40,000 that we account for in encumbered costs. Now, as of the end of FY23, we are seeing that we did have a savings about $500,000 in those encumbered costs. So there was $500,000 that we did allocate to spend that we actually didn't spend, and that'll get added to the balance for what's remaining in the general fund loan. Now, the next slide goes over what we are referring to as the DFFM revenue funding. Now, back on June 27th, we brought to the Flood Control District Board of Directors a request to have funds that were basically unplanned revenue from the Department of Fire and Forestry Management to have access to those funds. We basically were asking to utilize that revenue as a way to cover some of the, again, ineligible costs that the district was looking to incur. Mainly some of the projects regarding the Wapaki storm drain. There were several pieces of that project that were not eligible for federal funding. Instead, what we did was we allocated those charges to this DFFM revenue. This revenue, again, was unplanned and unbudgeted, but is being used to allocate costs to the district that is not covered by federal or state funding. So with this particular bucket, there's 3.8 million remaining. So when you combine the two between that and the original general fund loan, we're looking at about roughly $6.1 million that the district does have available to cover ineligible costs moving forward. So with that being said, the last slide that I have kind of gives a brief overview of the Flood Control District's 10-year plan. Again, the current tax rate remains the same for all future projected terms. And then the thing that's challenging about the 10-year plan is that a lot of these amounts are based on estimates. And these estimates can change. These are pre-engineering estimates, and they really are flexible when it comes to the work that we need to do. And it does change from year to year, depending on how much we can get done in one fiscal year and whether or not we are able to jumpstart some of the projects like we are this year, or if they do need to be pushed out due to things such as weather. But what we do have planned for the next couple fiscal years is that at the end of FY24, we will have a deficit because there are a lot of expenditures that we are planning to do before we receive reimbursement. And our goal is to try and complete reimbursement with NRCS and the Forest Service as soon as possible. We have already submitted our first round of reimbursements through NRCS and the Forest Service for the fiscal year 23. Those funds, once they're received, will go back to pay what was expended in 23. And we're going to try to hold to that pattern. We're really looking at doing at least quarterly reimbursement requests to be able to try to keep the reimbursements in the same fiscal years as the expenditures. But if you look at this kind of brief cutout of the 10-year plan, you'll see that the ending fund balance will go negative in 24. But again, you'll see that we get a big bulk of reimbursements in 25. That'll offset that. And then we'll be back in the positive. And then starting in 2026, FY26, we'll start contributing the 3.1 million back to the general fund as a payback for the general fund loan. Now, the one thing that is really important to kind of highlight when it comes to the 10-year plan is that unfortunately the 10-year plan does not have an estimate for any future events, future emergency events. That being said, we've kind of placed the average cost of an emergency event per year to be about $6 million. So that being said, that is not shown in the 10-year plan, and that is something that we are conscious of as we do kind of look forward fiscally and how we manage our 10-year plan. We do the best we can to manage, but we also are realistic in knowing that there is that cost for an emergency event.
I do have a question. In
Yes.
terms of the emergency event, when you're referring to that, are you referring to, like, for example, each individual flood event? Or are you talking about the season of floods? Because those are two different things.
Yes, Chair, we are talking about each individual event. So in the event that we do have two separate events in one fiscal year, we could be looking at the cost of about an average of $12 million.
Got you. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, yes. Mhm. And with that said, I'm open to any questions before we move on to Jay.
Board members, any questions? No, I think we're good. Thank you, Sean.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome, Jay. Last but not least.
Always. Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. Jay Smith, I'm the Forest Restoration Director for the Coconino County Flood Control District. We're going to talk this afternoon more about starting off with this Community Wildfire Defense Grant Program and the Community Wildfire Protection Program. I wanted to do a little bit of history on that with this National Cohesive Wildland Fire Strategy. That was something that Congress set up in 2014 and updated in too tall, sorry. And they updated this in 2023, and in the update, they updated some of the goals. 3 of those goals being resilient landscapes, fire adapted communities, and then safe and effective wildfire response. And then they also identified some challenges, managing that vegetation, protecting homes, communities, the human caused fires, and then effectively and efficiently responding to wildfires. And then to go with that, Congress also last year initiated, or 2 years ago, initiated the Community Wildfire Defense Grant Program through the U.S. Forest Service. And in that first year, they did $500 million in new program funding over 5 years. And last year was the first year for that grant program. For the CWPP, the Community Wildfire Protection Plans, they're required to get projects in that defense grant funding has to be updated no less than 10 years ago. And in the county at the time, we only had two. Tucson's has now gone past 10 years. So the Greater Flagstaff CWPP is the only one that is actually current at this time. We can get up to $250,000 to revise that with a 10% match. However, with the new way, we've done some discussion with the federal level, and they have re-looked at how they're determining low-income communities and communities that are eligible for the waiver. And Coconino County as a whole, we qualify for a waiver of the match if we so want to ask for that. When you go to the project side, you can get up to $10 million with a 25% match. But again, you have to have that CWPP in place. How does that program look? What we're doing now is for a timeline is we're in the grant writing fire district coordination part of that program. The applications for this round are due on October 31st. And then what we would expect is springtime award of that in 2024, where we would start setting up community meetings with the fire districts in their communities to determine fire risk projects and also priorities for those communities. These are the recommendations that we went to the USDA with early after the first round. And luckily, we pretty much were successful in getting all of these changed to the benefit of all the communities, but especially for Coconino County and our communities. We're able to now determine what's low income a little bit easier. We didn't score any points the first round for low income. And we were not going to get that grant no matter what, because we're not, now we've got it to where as long as one community is low income, then your grant is qualified. So we will get points for that this year. So those things, at least they listened, at least they changed, and now we get to move forward. So that's where we're at with with that. And luckily, we also get to be eligible for this match waiver as well. So the grant structure itself that we're looking at, we've kind of waffled, you know, during the budget session, you awarded $60,000 for me to go out and try to get the Greater Flagstaff updated and Tucson. And what we, in discussion with some of the grant people from the USDA and with some of the contractors and others in City of Flagstaff, we're looking at now doing a countywide CWPP that will include more of, for us, what we're going to do is look at we have 19 fire districts and fire departments that are throughout the county. We have 5 tribes and nations. We have the major utilities, 2 national forests. We felt the best way in respect to PFAC and the Greater Flagstaff Forest, the Greater Flagstaff CWPP, that we would respect that boundary and allow Summit Fire District and Flag Fire District to work with PFAC, the Ponderosa Fire Advisory Council, and that includes Summit Fires, Flag Fire, Highlands, Pinewood, in Munns Park, Sedona. It reaches out to Parks, Ponderosa and Parks, and also, did I get those right? I always get those mixed up. All right, I got it right. I always get Ponderosa and Pinewood. And even out to Mormon Lake, so it covers Doney Park. Since that is still active and that CWPP is actually going to be an update, we feel like if the county can focus on those rural communities like Kaibab, West Estates, Tucson, Williams, Fredonia, Page, the tribes and nations, all the way to Forest Lakes and Blue Ridge, we can really put our focus on that and help them with the capacity and let PFAC and Flag Fire really work on their boundaries and their communities. We feel like that'd be a good balance, and being able to respect those boundaries. And they have a lot of work that they want to do more on a parcel level because they have more small parcels within city and some of these communities in PFAC versus these rural communities. It's going to be a little bit different look in the CWPP, and they will embed or nurse, what's the word I used this morning? Nest. Thank you. They will nest the Greater Flagstaff PFAC CWPP within ours. So, Chair, you would be signing your signature to both, really showing that the countywide and the PFAC within that. So it will still cover the whole county. We want to contract, or we'll contract with. Go ahead.
We have a question for Vice Chair Begay.
Thank you, Jay. I have a question. You have 5 tribal nation engagements listed. Where does the regular Paiute tribe fit in?
So we have Kaibab Paiute,
Mhm.
Havasupai, Wallapai, Navajo, and Hopi.
Mhm.
Those are the ones we're going to be working.
So Kaibab Paiute is up there by Fredonia.
Correct.
Okay, we do have a band of regular, they just call themselves Paiute.
Oh,
Just right here at 89 Junction going to Tuba. It's near towards Gap.
okay.
So
We will definitely, if you have
Yeah.
a contact for me, or if we can find a
yes,
contact, we'll be
Okay.
reaching out to them as well.
okay, I'll give you the contact.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you. With utilizing GFFP, Greater Flagstaff Forest Partnership, to help us write the grant, they're going to be much better. They're much more versed in doing that kind of work. And then once awarded, we would contract with them to help manage the grant. They've already been working with getting 2 bids from some contractors to do these CWPPs, because we want to move this from more of a paper copy that sits on a desk to a more user-friendly web-based CWPP where community members can log in, look at where their house is, see what risk they're in themselves, and how can they become more fire-wise, what projects may be happening around their community that they could be a part of. So we want it to be a little bit more interactive for the community. And so that's something that we're really working on this time. Due to the fact that we're going to countywide, I'm hoping that still, if we do the match waiver, that the $60,000 that you approved will cover that cost. If not, I may come back, but it won't be much, that's for sure.
And if I may.
Supervisor Horstman.
What is the response for us going countywide versus individual? Are you having any pushback on that?
The only separation we had was when we started talking to the city, and there was some concern that we were going too big and trying to incorporate everything. So that's why we decided to go with the PFAC boundary as a separate embedded into the countywide, just so that that level of detail can be there, that they can really work on their details.
So they're
Other than that, I've had great response from the rural communities and the rural fire districts saying, we need your help. Thank you. So
Okay.
they're really on board.
Thanks.
I think Fredonia is the only one that's been a little bit iffy, and I'll stick Supervisor Fowler on them to see if we can get some help there with some cooperation.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so, I mean, it makes sense. One piece that I think would be good is, I mean, we've been able to manage that way in prior forest cuts with GFP plans historically. Flag fire coming into rural communities. It would be good to just work on communication components. While they're really good at doing a lot of what they do, I love what they do. By the same token, they're not necessarily natural in those communities, although they will have the assets and cooperation of the fire districts, which help quite a bit.
Yeah, I think it'll be similar to what, like, I'm not going to go to Tucson and tell Tucson how to prioritize or what projects they need to do. I'm going to rely on their districts, the communities to make those decisions. We definitely don't want to be in charge of that. And I think the city of Flagstaff's the same way. They want to help pay for and manage the grant process, but the fire districts within PFAC would need to, make their decisions on their priorities and the projects and things that they want to look at. Yeah,
And it might come to play of future investment, and how do you work on that?
correct.
Yeah.
Once we move into that, past the CWPP part of the grant and into the project part, then the county's going to play more of a role in areas like Munns Park, Highlands, that are in the Coconino County footprint more than the city footprint.
All right.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. As I mentioned with this, so here's the list of the ones, but we will add that Paiute group as well, and get them involved. One of the reasons we wanted to go is we feel like they have historically been underserved as far as CWPPs are involved. And we've seen it by history, these grass fires that surround a lot of these communities, through tunnel, through what we just saw in Maui, what we've seen right now in Washington State and in Colorado. These grass fires can be very destructive very quickly. And we want to be there to help them plan for that and manage that.
Mr. Chair, if I may. And I'm not sure, Judy, if you're talking about the same group, but the San Juan Paiute they own about 40 acres in the Belmont area. So that is important to include in the at least dealing with that element with the Ponderosa Fire District out in Parks area.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, those are the things that you guys know about that I don't really know about, that you can help out in that. And hopefully the fire districts know about that to be able to bring that into the plan. All right. Is any questions on the CWPP or Community Wildfire Defense Grant? I'm going to move into a forest restoration update. Yes. Trust me, Ann Matek and I have been working hours already for several months to get ourselves positioned so that we have every answer. We're going to get every point we can get this time. Yeah, we've really pushed every button we can and talked to every person we can to do that. Okay. Forest restoration update, starting with Bill Williams Mountain. So most of you know that we've had a little bit of a hiccup in Bill Williams Mountain. I'll say just with this issue with the dead and down removal. it got to the point that it was becoming so difficult to determine how much dead and down was on the mountain that we were asking to be removed. And the way the contract was written, they were reaching their limits of what they were required to remove, and it still wasn't meeting the objective that the Forest Service had to be able to put fire back on the mountain, which is our goal. We don't want to do this again in 20 years or 30 years. We want them to maintain this mountain now with fire going forward. So we were able to complete 76 acres of this last steep slope project. 103 acres were partially treated. So we're gonna kind of regroup. National Forest Foundation just kind of got to the point where they just couldn't quite reach the goal that the Forest Service wanted. And so we're going to work with Arizona Department of Forestry and Fire Management and the Nature Conservancy and look at moving some things forward. We have about 900 acres left on that whole north side of the mountain that we want the flood control district really wants to get treated and seed treated to protect the watershed and the community. And so we're going to continue to work diligently on getting those acres treated in the best way possible and meet those goals so that we can put fire back on the mountain. We have made sure that the KIBAB is prioritizing this steep slope work. We know this is going to cost more because we're going to end up taking more and more of this dead and down off of the mountain. But we are insisting that the Forest Service continue to meet that 75% number of total costs so that we're not paying more than our share as far as a flood control district. So we're gonna, any questions on Bill Williams Mountain?
Supervisor
Since
Horstman.
since it's stopped, how long is it going to take for it to re-engage up there in Bill Williams?
Great question. We want to be re-engaged next summer. That's our goal, to have something moving again by next summer, as far as contract, and next fall by boots on the ground work again, or helicopters in the air, however you want to say it. That we're going to be pretty aggressive about that.
If I may.
Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it's, I know the drawback is it stopped, and yet by the same token, I got to compliment Jay getting together and looking at that transition. The strategy is coming about in a way that it looks like if, there's a lot of ifs in there, but if we can pull this off, we can get back to it, which would be really good. And then, I know you have additional shift of money that can benefit other areas while we pause associated with that.
Correct. This really won't affect our budget for Bill Williams Mountain. Because of that, we can shift some, that funding that was already allocated to Bill Williams through NFF can move over to Upper Rio, and funds that were ready for Upper Rio can be reallocated to cover that cost of Bill Williams. So we will be right in the same ballpark there.
Yeah, so it's kind of like a win-win in terms of timing associated with, this is a pause while there's need to expedite in the other areas. This really makes sense on that. Just well, after you're done with Bill Williams.
Well, I was going to say the one positive thing that I've seen from Bill Williams, we've spent a little over almost $7 million to date, and we've had 2 lightning strikes within the areas that we've treated. Both were easily contained by firefighters that went up there without helicopter help, no air resources. They went up there where before they would have never been able to do that. It was too dangerous. So the work is working. It's positive in the fact that what we're doing is making an impact already. Yeah, so that's all for Bill Williams. I'm ready to go to Upper Rio. But if you have another comment.
Yeah, actually, no, I'll hold it. I'll just place it there, but I think we covered after this.
Oh, yeah.
On the CWPP, I want to hear about the Apache Sitgreaves, in those communities, but for now.
Well, before we get into Upper Rio, let me just touch on that. So the Forest Lakes, they had a CWPP a long time ago with several communities within Apache Sitgreaves. Over time, because Forest Lakes grew, they kind of separated themselves, and because the majority of it's in Coconino County,
Mhm.
even though some of it's on the Apache Sitgreaves, they would be considered part of our county CWPP.
Okay.
We might have a little bit of conversation with the Apache Sitgreaves, but the majority of what we would talk about and Supervisor Begay was at the fire district board meeting last Saturday when they were approved the fact that they want to be part of our CWPP. So they are on board as a fire district to be part of our CWPP. I didn't know if Supervisor Begay had any other comments, but she was there, and I got an email. They were very much appreciated your attendance there.
Yeah, it's, yeah, you start to get into that part of our county where you have Cragen going on, you have Payson influence, all that kind of
Correct.
thing. And it begs for, you know, while we're doing it, we're going to have those other influences too.
Correct. And that's where we're going to lean on the fire district to help. They've got to have those communications and those relationships more than I do. They need to be involved with their, you know, who's working around their communities to help set their priorities. And we're going to rely on the contractor that we hire, that GFFP would help with facilitating and helping those districts understand what they need to be able to do. Okay. Upper Rio, quickly, we are really close to having the final drafts of the post-wildfire flood study that J.E. Fuller conducted and the economic impact study that NAU's EPI, Economic Policy Institute. So both of those are in final reviews, and those will be available soon. So we're waiting on that. I don't want to give out too much information until we have that final draft. So, but no, that's coming soon. We're looking now, we're kind of taking a little bit different approach. Instead of looking at the Upper Rio as just forest restoration, which is kind of a key part to thin the forest, get it back to a healthy state, reduce that catastrophic wildfire. We know that cost in the $10 to $20 million, with hopefully starting sometime in calendar year 2024 with the first project. That's our aggressive goal again. We're starting to look at, and this came through Chris French, who's the Chief Deputy Forester for the U.S. Forest Service in Washington. When he was out here one year looking at pipeline and tunnel fire, post-fire flooding, he made the comment about, should we be looking at the watersheds while we're doing the forest restoration to see if there's any work that could be done to, you know, even if we have no catastrophic, but just a good fire that runs through after we've done forest restoration, there's still going to be an increased flow. We know that's what happens. And if we have an unhealthy watershed, we still could get flood impacts. So while we're there, why are we not investing in some dollars to really increase the watershed health as well as the forest health? So we've done some quick estimations, but we've got some people looking, and I'll be part of that, looking at those watersheds, identifying a pilot area above Fort Valley likely that we can utilize to look at. There's 4 main channels coming into the watershed there that we might be able to do some work in one of our pilot projects for the forest restoration. So kind of coincide those two together and really see how that works. Really hasn't been done that much across the Forest Service. So again, it'd be something that would be worth looking into, and the Forest Service is very interested in it as well.
Vice Chair Begay.
Thank you, Jay, for the report. And I do have a concern with that Fort Valley. I know that there is some flooding in that area, and Listen and I had talked about this earlier. And so I'm really glad that you're looking at that as a project that may be able to be done to help in some way. But I know there's a lot of work to be done, you know, prior to that. So I understand that, but thank you so much, and we'll make the residents there happy.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
This for my district, I'd love to see that.
Yeah.
I want to make them happy.
We want to protect those properties for sure. I mean, we saw a little bit from just the melt off this summer or this winter. So spring. So you know, we know that watershed can be very reactive at times, and we want to see if there's ways that we could help it. You know, hopefully that we never have that catastrophic fire, but if we do, that we're one step ahead of protecting those communities.
Supervisor Horstman.
And hopefully there might be an extra pot of money if we start looking at watershed restoration, which would be another good reason to try to take a look at it in that capacity.
That's correct.
And then the other is, as we know, we have been dealing with emergency after emergency here for the last 2 years. And so the original priorities that were developed by the flood control district on the projects that needed to be done, obviously were trumped by the emergencies, needless to say, which was appropriate and how it should be. And one of those was in fact Fort Valley. And so it would be great to take a look at it as part of the Upper Rio Watershed Restoration Project. I love it, Jay. Great job.
Well, you know, Lucinda was involved with understanding, she knows that knowing that the watersheds play that key role. It's not just the forest. I mean, I'm a forest guy. I want to treat the forest, but I understand also that this is something that I think we can make some huge impacts across the West if we can help figure this out and find, especially finding that funding mechanism that's going to work. So that's what we're going to do, a little bit more study this year on the Upper Rio watershed to help find those areas that are going to be key.
And Chair, you're going back to DC. And this might be something to really go back there and start educating them on, you know, in this area there for the Upper Rio and watershed restoration.
Yes, I'll be in DC from the 17th to the 20th. So Jay, if we can get together and get some talking
Sure.
points, I'd be willing to go ahead and spend that Monday talking to some folks.
We will
And
definitely do
I've already informed Thunder and Lightning to get ready. So they're gonna work on getting me a Monday. It was a Monday appointment. So please work with them and I'll definitely go lobby on your behalf or on our behalf.
Appreciate that. And, you know, Lucinda is going to be in New Mexico at the end of this week. Looking at some of that, I think we'll have some more understanding as well as, you know, how this can be west-wide versus just Coconino County specific. All right, that is my presentation. So if you have any questions for any of us, we're here to answer anything.
Any questions?
Mr. Chair, hey Lucinda, should I do the Munns part? Jay, what's a silviculturist?
What's a silviculturist? It is, so Sylvie, let's go back to Latin and all the, Sylvie is just forest. Culturist is cultivating the forest. So it's somebody that goes out and writes the prescriptions for what kind of work we're going to do in the forest.
That's, we had that come up in a community meeting. It was fun to. Yeah. No,
Go back to Latin.
I understand, but I wanted to bring one of my constituents' questions to you. Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you, Jay. And I just want to really recognize Jay, you know, with 17 different districts and the communication and working with the tribes. I mean, this is a big effort to mobilize this, but we got to get this plan in place or we have no hope of getting any of the project money. And the project money ends in 26, right?
2026.
Right. So we need to move. I think we're pretty convinced, he and Casey Auberly, our intern, did a lot of research into who got the awards, why did they get the awards, spoke with the people who got the awards. And I think we've got a pretty good sense about what it's going to take to be competitive, not only on this, but on the grants for the projects as well. So, you know, I'm hopeful that we can work with all the districts to mobilize this effort and really have an impact, you know, across the county. I think also we're going to see the commission, the Wildland Fire Mitigation Management Commission report's going to come out late September, probably early October. And there'll be a fair amount of communication around that whole effort. And there's a lot of discussion in there about these issues as well. So I think we can capitalize on that. And, you know, so, yeah. So I just want to report, we've had a pretty major flood event in Tucson. They got hit by a big cell. reports of 2 to 3 feet of water, a foot of water in the Holiday Inn. And so we're all mobilizing to look at what kind of response we need to have up there. So I expect that local roads are probably impacted. The highway is definitely impacted. It's, from what I understand, it's closed. So, so we'll be heading up there to see what we can do to help the community, and in conversation with Brian Klimowski at Weather Service to monitor what's coming, and there could be more rain, 40% chance in the next several hours. So we could see more impacts there. So, so Wes is working that angle too, and we're getting the radar from what the system that went through to get a better sense about what did hit up there. So. No, I think it's going, looks like it's going north, right? It looked like what I saw, the cells are moving north, so across the canyon. So.
Great, thank you for that update. Any supervisors have any comments before we close? Supervisor Horstman?
Great job. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Unless anybody has anything to say, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Oh, wait, one more thing.
Need to resolve.
Oh, yes, we do need to resolve as the Flood Control District Board to the Board of Supervisors. Can I have a motion, please?
I don't know, should we make that motion? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Move to form as the Board of Supervisors again.
Do I have a second? Second, thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, with that said, thank you very much, everyone. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.